BMWs has always been close to my heart since this is how it all started. Back in 2005 I wanted to compare how the then new M5 V10 went against its competitors. So in this episode you will see only BMWs race its competitors.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
This clip has over 6 million viewers on YouTube. It's one of the first races I uploaded in 2006. It's at the time, brand new BMW M6 Coupe with its 7-speed sequential gearbox versus the Lamborghini Gallardo with a 6-speed manual gearbox. We raced from 50 kilometers per hour up to around 250 kilometers per hour. Watch what happens at higher speeds with the BMW.
Yes.
Second gear from 50, rolling start. Red M6 against Gallardo from GTBOARD.com. Start at second gear. Fifth gear 210, 220, 230, 240, 250 now. Here we have the latest generation of the BMW M6 Coupe with a V8 twin turbo versus the Ferrari 430 Scuderia with its sequential gearbox. We race from 50 kilometers per hour. It is mountains of torque and a 7-speed double clutch in the M6 versus the aerodynamic and light Scuderia. It's really a track-oriented car versus this Autobahn Grand Coupe. This clip we have two classics against each other. It's the Porsche 911 Carrera 2S with a Porsche double clutch versus the BMW M5 also with double clutch. It's 400 horsepower in the Carrera 2S versus 560 horsepower in the BMW M5. It's a sports car, a pure sports car versus a family sedan which you also could take to the track. The race is up to 250 kilometers per hour, where the BMW M5 is limited.
Okay, so this is the Porsche 991S versus the BMW F10 M5. It's a rolling start from 50 kilometers per hour. So is the M5.
This race is the Ferrari 458 Italia, which is considered one of the best Ferraris to date. It's been critically acclaimed by journalists all over the world versus the BMW M6 Coupe with its V8 and twin turbo. But this M6 is tuned by Manhart Racing in Germany to over 700 horsepower. It's, as the Ferrari, two-wheel drive with a lot of torque. And let's see what happens in higher speeds versus the Ferrari 458 Italia.
Hi, Manhart M6 versus 458. Redo? Yeah.
Damn it.
But you did take him anyway.
Yeah, we did take him. We had a little bit of wheel spin in second and third, but it's okay.
I forgot the last gear.
In this clip, you're gonna see the fastest Porsche money could buy in the spring of 2013. The Porsche 911 Turbo S with its 7-speed Porsche double clutch gearbox versus the BMW M3 Coupe, which has been tuned by European supercharging systems out of Aremark in Norway. They raised the power from 420 horsepower to well over 600 horsepower. It also matched with a double clutch gearbox, 7-speed that as well. They race from 50 km per hour to around 300 km per hour. This clip, you're gonna see the McLaren MP4 12C race a tuned BMW M6 Coupe from Manhart Racing. McLaren, who now is back after the legendary BMW-powered F1 in the 1990s, have 625 horsepower in the MP412C, and it's going to race the BMW M6 Coupe from Manhattan Racing with well over 700 horsepower. Let's see if it's enough in this race.
McLaren mod BMW M6 Manhattan.
In this upcoming race, we're going to see what E85 does to your turbo-powered BMW. Adding E85 instead of regular fuel to your turbocharged BMW could make significantly more power. This 3 Series, the E30 generation from the 1980s, has been tuned a lot with turbo and E85, and it will race the Ferrari 458 Italia from 50 km per hour. Once the BMW E30 will get its grip at well over 200 km per hour, the Ferrari 458 owner will be in for a surprise.
De får jobba nu kan jag säga. Ja, han är mycket lättare än en E34 så det är stor skillnad.
So in this race we have the new BMW M5 F10 versus the Audi R6 sedan, which has a V10 with a twin turbo charged engine. The M5 has a V8 with a twin turbocharged engine. So it's actually Audi's 580 horsepower versus BMW 560 horsepower. But the Audi is previous generation, so it's not the newest RS6. So we are 3 people in the M5 and 2 people in the RS6. And let's see who wins.
M5 F10 med 3 personer mot Audi RS6.
Ja, det visar upp.
Ja, jag försöker. Det är någon som trycker på andra knappen. Kändes som det. Men det är väl att du missade lite i starten.
Ja, men jag missade starten. Vi kan köra ett bilrace. In this race I am driving the new BMW M5 F10 generation versus the Italian true sports car, the Ferrari 458 Italia. And to add to the injury, it's driven by Sophie, a Swedish girl that owns a beautiful black Ferrari 458 Italia. We start from 50 kilometers per hour.
M5 F10 mot 458.
Okay, I'm gonna cheat a bit. Lurar att jag filmade samtidigt. Så. Så jävla fet. Jag kan filma henne nu. Jag missar växeln. Jag vill lära dig. Ja, det är inte en chans liksom. Vad grymt. Ja, dra på då. In this race we are driving the BMW M5 F10 generation versus the then top of the line Mercedes SL65 Black Series AMG. So it's lighter than the M5 and got more than 110 horsepower more in power than the M5. So it's going to be a huge difference between these two cars.
BMW M5 F10 mot SL65 Black Series.
Alltså. Det var helt kört alltså.
Ja.
Helt kört. Jag kom i toppfartsspärren 270.
Du gjorde det?
Ja, och jag fuskade också. Jag tjuvade ju före dig.
Ja.
Det är inte en suck att jag tar den alltså. In this race we're racing the Nissan GTR V-Spec, which is a track version of the GTR. It has somewhat larger turbos, I believe, and lighter weight and no rear seats, and a clear track-focused version of the GTR. We raced that against the ESS BMW M3 with a supercharger, which bumps up the horsepower to 625 horsepower from 420 horsepower, thanks to the supercharger. We raced from 50 kilometers per hour. Alpina in southern Germany, south of Munich, is a small manufacturer that base their products out of BMW automobiles. They have their Alpina B5S, which is a BMW 5 Series base with 530 horsepower matched to a fast automatic gearbox. It's a supercharged V8. We will race that against the standard BMW 650 coupe.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
BMW has always been close to my heart because this is how it's all started. Back in 2005 I wanted to see how the M5 went against its competitors. So this episode you'll only see BMW race competitors from other brands.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
This was one of the first clips I uploaded to my channel back in 2006. It was unheard of with a V10 in a family sedan. Only sports cars like the Dodge Viper and the Lamborghini Gallardo had V10s. So we tried the M5 with the V10 and it's a sequential manual gearbox where you shift with paddles versus the Lamborghini Gallardo, also with the V10, and it's a 6-speed manual gearbox. We race from 50 kilometers per hour and it's going to be a close race.
Perfekt, 50. Gallardo against M5, standard. Both are standard. 50 kilometers per hour and manual gearbox.
Riktigt jämnt alltså. Man sa, även för man kom in ibland, sen så stack det olika växlingspunkter liksom. Det var bra.
In 2009, Lamborghini upgraded the Gallardo to the LP560-4. They added 60 horsepower and a facelift to the Gallardo. This Gallardo also had a sequential gearbox where you shift with paddles, just like the M5 has its SMG gearbox. We raced from 50 kilometers per hour, and this time it was a much harder challenge for the M5. Do enjoy this race. In this race, we tried the old BMW M5 with the V10 versus the latest BMW M5 with a V8 twin turbo. It also has double clutch, 7-speed gearbox, and the V10 M5 has a sequential gearbox. We raced from 50 kilometers per hour up to the top speed limiter at 250.
Arne, BMW Sweden, and from 50 kilometers per hour. First gear on both cars.
Here we have two classics, the Godzilla Nissan GT-R R35 with its 485 horsepower versus the BMW M5 with its 560 horsepower V8 twin turbo. Both cars have double clutch gearbox, twin turbo, and they have a top speed of at least 250 kilometers per hour. Here we race from 50 kilometers per hour, and the race is surprisingly close.
här måste vara rekord i jämnhet alltså.
Dagens jämnaste race tror jag.
The latest generation of the Mercedes CLS 63 AMG has a V8 bi-turbo engine, just as the BMW M5. We raced these two against each other from 50 kilometers per hour. And the BMW M5 really had to fight for it.
Ja, då är klart. Nu kör vi. M5 versus CLS 63 AMG performance package. Or not. Red or black.
Växeln som har dragit in.
This comparison is the absolute top model of the Porsche Panamera, the Turbo S. If you have a Panamera Turbo, you can always know that there is the Panamera Turbo S, which has 550 horsepower instead of 540. So we match this against the standard BMW M5. The Panamera Turbo S in this video has 22-inch ADV aftermarket wheels. In any way, this race turned out to be surprisingly close.
Ja, han kom iväg lite snabbare bara tror jag.
Han tvekar alltid när man har kickdown på den här, liksom någon tiondel extra.
Just det.
Men den här är lite snabbare, det är den.
So let's do a re-race with the Porsche Panamera Turbo S versus the BMW M5 with 560 horsepower. The Panamera Turbo S have a 10 horsepower increase from the regular Panamera Turbo, so in total it has 550 horsepower. Some changes in the turbos includes titanium blades in both of the turbos, more options, and generally faster makes the Panamera Turbo S a really great family car. It's four-wheel drive and the M5 is two-wheel drive. Let's see how it goes in a re-race.
snabbare helt enkelt. Det är väl...
1,5.
Ja, något sånt.
Ja, men det var bra race.
Ja, det var faktiskt bra.
In this race, we had some guests over from Russia with his Switzer-tuned Porsche 911 Turbo with a 5-speed Tiptronic gearbox, but tuned to well over 800 horsepower, even close to 900 horsepower. He's running race gas, and it will race BMW M5 E34 from the late 80s, early 90s with a huge turbo, which actually comes from a truck, like a Borg-Warner turbo. And I think the Russian driver will be in for a surprise.
Stock Porsche versus stock BMW.
No shit, Charlie. Oops.
There are some cars.
Yeah.
I will let them pass.
In this race you will see the BMW M5 in the E39 generation, which has a V8 with 400 horsepower, which revs to 7,000 RPM. This was my personal M5. I have added Super Sprint exhaust and headers, which bumped up the horsepower to 430. I will be racing the founder and owner of ESS, European Supercharging Systems. That's also driving an M5 E39, but he added a supercharger to his M5, which upped the power to well over 600 horsepower. It was a huge difference in acceleration, but also difference in braking, since I had large aftermarket 380mm StopTech brakes and he had stock brakes and was about to run off the airfield.
Okay, from 50 kilometers per hour, BMW M5 E39 Super Sprint with 430 horsepower versus ESS supercharged with how many horsepower? 550. Okay, we start from 50 second gear.
Vänta innan. Ja.
Wow. Okay, I had 260 on the tachometer. What did you have? 300? Wow. So should we start from 100?
Well, I got going nice when I first hooked up. I hooked up at about 120.
Yeah.
But the second gear was wasted.
Yeah.
In this race we have the legendary BMW M3 of the first generation, the E30. At the time, in the mid-1980s, it had a straight 4-cylinder engine. But a few years ago, a friend of mine put in a V10 from the BMW M5 instead and matched it to a 5-speed manual gearbox. We raced that car versus the car that is supposed to have the V10, the BMW M5 with the V10. So here you can see the difference of weight in a car where both have V10s.
Så. Testa på ettan. Jo, kanske. Han sa 1300 meter.
Ja, det är sjukt bra faktiskt.
Hur många bilar inne var det? Kan man...
Ja, det var 10 i alla fall.
10 bilar inne. Han stack bra.
So I had to see the performance again of this BMW M3 E30 with the V10 in it. So we matched up against the BMW M6 Coupe with the V10 and the aftermarket exhaust. The M6 was at the time the fastest BMW you could get, and this was tuned a little bit more with the performance exhaust. The BMW M3 E30 with the V10 have a 5-speed gearbox, manual gearbox, and the M6 have a 7-speed sequential, very fast gearbox where you shift with paddles.
Ja. Det är bara att sticka första konan. Fuska som fan. Stick. Kör. Upp bredvid den sen.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
The legendary car manufacturer Mercedes took a sporty turn in 1999 when it acquired the tuner AMG and founded MERCEDES-AMG. You cannot really make a Mercedes better, but you can make it different, is the philosophy of AMG. Even sportier sub-brand of AMG is the AMG Black Series, which form a link between the racetrack and the road. In this episode you will see both of these types of Mercedes-AMG race with the best exotics there is in the world today.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
In this race we're going to see the Lamborghini LP574 Performante, which is the convertible version of the Superleggera with 570 horsepower. It will race the Mercedes SL65 Black Series, which is a lighter and more sportier version of the SL65 AMG. It's powered by a V12 with bi-turbo and has even more power than the regular SL65. It has 670 horsepower. Okay, go. Okay. LP 570 Performante versus SL65 AMG Black Series. Tar vi honom. Bara ta honom. Kör av. In 1954, Mercedes launched the 300 SL, nicknamed Gullwing because it's gullwing doors. The modern counterpart, the SLS AMG, is the first car completely built in-house by Mercedes-AMG. Here it will race the significantly more heavy, but also more powerful SL65 AMG Black Series with 670 horsepower and a V12 bi-turbo versus the SLS V8. In 2005, one of the fastest cars you could get on the market was the then brand new Porsche 911 Turbo. It will here race the Mercedes S65 AMG, which is the S-Class, four-door S-Class, weighing over 2,200 kilos, but with a V12 bi-turbo and 612 horsepower. The Porsche 911 Turbo driver couldn't believe his eyes when we did this race back in 2007. The second generation of the Nissan GT-R has 530 horsepower instead of 485 horsepower. Here it will race the Mercedes SL65 Black Series with 670 horsepower. It is the Nissan GT-R's 7-speed double clutch, which shifts in 0 time, versus the 5-speed automatic gearbox of the SL65. The SL65 has 670 horsepower. Compared to the Nissan's 530 horsepower.
Nissan GT-R mot SL Black Series. Är du redo? Då vinkar jag.
Redo.
I slutet, men han måste ha missat i början.
Jag hade inte tryckt in R-lägena här, så den växlar automatiskt, gjorde den. Jag ville ju styra det själv, så de första växlingarna gjorde den själv, bilen.
The smallest AMG for sale today is the C63 AMG Coupe. It's also available as a Black Series. It has 517 horsepower. It will race the Porsche 911 Carrera 2S with its 7-speed double clutch gearbox. It will be a very close race.
Okay, so we have a Porsche 911 versus Mercedes C63 Black Series. Väldigt jämnt. Lite snabbare.
The already classic Ferrari 458 Italia, which is named after its country of origin, Italia, and its 4.5-liter V8, will race the most extreme Mercedes to date, the SL65 AMG Black Series. The SL65 Black Series has over 100 horsepower more than the 458 Italia. Let's see how it goes.
458 mot Black Series igen. Lite högre hastigheten när den knappar igen.
Ja, nu tror jag vet vad jag ska växla också. Man får träna lite, testa lite var bilen ligger, hur mycket den pallar.
Now we will race the SLS AMG versus the SL65 AMG Black Series. It's 570 horsepower versus 670 horsepower. Let's see how it goes.
Mercedes-Benz SL65 AMG Black Series versus Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG Roadster.
In this race we have the Audi RS6 sedan with a ship and a sports exhaust from MTM in Germany, which adds power up to 720 horsepower from 580 horsepower that it has stock. It will race a standard SL65 Black Series Mercedes, which has a 5-speed automatic gearbox, just as the RS6. The RS6 is, however, 4-wheel drive, which could tamper some of its performance compared to the SL65's 2-wheel drive.
Jämnare start. Kör väl om oss här.
Here we have the Mercedes SLS AMG, which has added a supercharger from Extra Power, which increases the horsepower to 730. We raced that against the BMW M3 that also has a supercharger from ESS, which increases its power from 420 horsepower to 625 horsepower.
BMW M3, 700 häst mot en Mercedes SLS. Is it coming?
Yeah. I don't know what he's waiting for, but probably enjoying the nature.
In this race we have a standard Mercedes SLS AMG, which races the Lamborghini LP550-2 Gallardo Valentino Balboni, which is a special version of the Gallardo with two-wheel drive instead of four-wheel drive. It will be a good contender to the Mercedes SLS AMG.
Vi kör vänster igen. Ska sitta och skåpa lite oftast.
Jag står rätta nu då? Ja.
In this race we have the relatively heavy Mercedes S-Class, the S63 AMG, which races the BMW M5 Touring, which is the estate version of the M5. It also has aftermarket headers and exhaust from Super Sprint, which adds 40 horsepower to its performance. In this race we have a BMW M3, 6-speed manual gearbox, which has added a supercharger from ESS, which increases the horsepower to 625 horsepower. It will race a regular Mercedes SL65 AMG, which has a V12 bi-turbo engine. It also has a ship tune, which increases the horsepower closer to 700 instead of its standard horsepower rating, which is around 600 horsepower.
Ja, det var bra tryck. Du hade ju faktiskt kunnat bromsa lite senare.
Ja, det kan jag.
Det var fruktansvärt bra tryck här. Det var det.
Det gick bra alltså.
Ja.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
In this episode we're going to take a look at McLaren's latest sports car, the MP412C. McLaren is back from the mid-1990s when it did the McLaren F1 super sports car. We're going to race this against its closest competitors.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
The Ferrari 458 Italia is the closest competitor to the MP412C. Let's see how it goes when you put these against each other. It's 570 horsepower versus the McLaren's 625 horsepower.
Okay, we have Stefan here, the crazy 458 driver. Hello.
Hello.
Stefan, ich bin von Germany, but aus Sweden.
Ja, stimmt ganz genau.
Ja, ganz genau. Okay, we have this 458 driver who can drive his 458 crazy maniac in the rain versus 458 MP12 4C. No, McLaren MP12 4C. And that is really, really fast. So really big. No. Jag trodde inte det skulle ha så stor skillnad.
Nej, den går bra. Men det är fan 50 hästar.
Ja, men ändå. Jag blir fan lack. Helvete.
Jag hörde grattis till Porsche.
Jag ska lura honom. Vi kör fram här, ska jag bara säga.
Jag skulle ändå köra en gång till så att...
Ja, vi testar en till. Timo! Vi missar växeln, vi måste köra en gång till. Varvstoppet och allting, allt hände. Och så tjuvstartar du. Motvind, uppförsbacke, allt. Vi måste köra en gång till.
What happened there? Was the McLaren driver playing with the Ferrari driver? Let's do a re-race.
Var har vi den där?
Jag kör ju alltid på tvåan för att det är liksom inget, det blir så litet klapp så då måste man...
Ja, men med dubbelkoppling kanske man ändå känner på. Kör inte i varvstoppet utan liksom.
Nej, fan.
Den är helt klart snabbare. Jävlar alltså. Ja, det var ju...
Så dum den kanten.
Ja, just det. Den är rätt grov den här kanten. Ja, det känns som att det känns som att underlaget här är bättre än Björkvik.
Ja, mycket bättre.
Det måste ju vara det, eller hur?
Ja, jo.
Det är lite sten, alltså grus, men det är inte så här, inga skador tror jag. Det är bara skit liksom.
The fastest accelerating Porsche of all times, the Porsche 911 Turbo S, has 530 horsepower. Will it be able to stand up to the McLaren MP412C? Let's see a race from 50 km/h.
Ja.
Yes.
Ja.
Så mycket färre.
Ja.
Startar jag för det.
When you add a supercharger from ESS to the BMW M3, you raise the horsepower to 625 horsepower from 420, which is the power of the V8 in standard form. That will be identical to the McLaren's 625 horsepower. Will they be even? Let's race.
ESS M3 versus McLaren MP412C, MP124C.
Something like that. MP4.
Yeah, MP412C, yeah. And it's a VT625 or 635?
625.
Yeah, 625. So, yeah. Lovely. Go. We should have a bore on it or something like that. We should big block or what do you say, or like a bore.
Something we have to do.
Yeah.
It has to be VT700 or something like that.
Yeah, wow, he was fast. I will try my turbo against that.
Yeah, because because I raced the Turbo S earlier.
Yeah?
We were side by side all the way.
Really? Wow, it must be so fast, this McLaren then.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Holy shit.
So we have to do something drastic here. Let's put the 1001 horsepower Bugatti Veyron versus the McLaren MP412C. We're gonna give the McLaren MP412C a head start against the €1 million Bugatti Veyron. Let's see how it goes.
Har vi McLaren mot Bugatti Veyron.
Så man vill över på vänster verkar det.
Ja, får jag väl. Ja. Okay.
We're going to do this comparison again with a more even start. The 1 million Bugatti Veyron versus the €200,000 McLaren MP412C.
Re-race Bugatti mot McLaren.
The Ferrari 599 GTO is one of the best Ferraris ever made. The GTO brand is legendary, and the price of over €400,000 and the limited run of only 599 examples worldwide will make it the instant classic. This race, the start is maybe not perfect from the 599 GTO, but still he has to fight for the McLaren MP412C. Jag hörde hur det språkar. Det kommer en dåre i backen. Bakom. Ja, okej. Kör vi. The Ferrari 599 GTO is one of the most attractive and best Ferraris to date. Hundar, flygplan. Helt stört. Okej, nu kör vi. The Ferrari 599 GTO will go down as one of the best Ferraris to date. Its limited run of only 599 examples worldwide will make it an instant classic, and also the GTO badge, which has only been used once before on a really legendary 250 GTO from the 60s. We raced this against the McLaren MP412C from 50 km/h. The GTO still has a sequential gearbox, but 670 horsepower. The start here from the GTO, might not be the best, but it really has to fight to hold ground versus the McLaren MP412C. And in this video also it seems that a surprise is coming between the cars at the end of the race. We were quite sick of the McLaren MP412C just leaving everything behind in the dust. So we brought up the Lamborghini Gallardo with a twin turbo setup and a 6-speed manual gearbox. The power is around 800 to 1000 horsepower in this example, but he really has to fight for the gear changes. These long gears in the old Gallardo gearbox versus the really fast gearbox of the MP412C. It could be even double clutch. Let's see the race.
McLaren mot Twin Turbo Gallardo. Rullande start från 80.
It was quite hard to believe how much the MP412C left the red 458 Italia. So we tried it again versus a yellow 458 Italia. Maybe yellow is faster. Let's check it out. So we have to throw some heavy artillery at the MP412C. We have a Ford GT with aftermarket supercharger. We had two Ford GT at the event, one yellow and one white. The white one was more powerful and we tried both of these. Let's see how it goes.
Den är inte ensam där på vad jag förstår.
Nej.
So we know McLaren and the MP412C. Back in the mid 2000s or early 2000, McLaren and Gordon Murray helped Mercedes to develop the SLR, the Mercedes McLaren SLR. Sportliced racing is called for. So since it's a McLaren, let's see what this McLaren can do versus its arch rival, the Porsche Carrera GT with a V10. Speaking about tricky gearbox, the Carrera GT and its ceramic clutch can really be tricky. So I know this owner was really like hammering in the gears, and I think he could do really faster shifts in this second race. Let's check it out.
Först över mållinjen.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
It was over 40 years ago Porsche introduced the 911 Turbo, internal name 930. It had two-wheel drive, rear tail happiness and a super turbo lag. It's a different world from now with the modern 911 Turbo with four-wheel drive and stability control. Let's see how it does, the new 911 Turbo, against its competitors.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
So we have today's Porsche 911 Turbo with its 500 horsepower, 3.8 liter Boxer 6 with its double clutch transmission, 7-speed, versus the Ferrari 458 Italia, also with a 7-speed double clutch gearbox. It has 570 horsepower. It's going to be a close race. Let's check it out.
Ja, det var jämnare den här gången. Ja, du kör först, jag jagar dig. Kör.
Now we're going to race the Porsche 911 Turbo versus the Ferrari 458, this time in convertible version. The name for the car is then 458 Spider. Let's see how it goes. This time we're going to race the Porsche 911 Turbo versus the Ferrari 458 Spider, but this time with the roof up on the 458 Spider. This means better aerodynamics. Let's see how it goes this time.
Kanka jävel, det ena hittar mig. Han var alla kör som jävla tusingar. Lugn, jag måste ha rätt här.
For some people, the Porsche 911 Turbo is not enough. Fortunately, then you have the Porsche 911 Turbo S. S means 30 horsepower more options, central lock wheels, 0.2 bar more in boost, and some more things. Let's see how it goes. When the Nissan GT-R was introduced, it shocked the world, and especially the people in Stuttgart. A short while after its introduction, Porsche introduced its double clutch gearbox to the Porsche 911 Turbo. Let's see how it goes when we compare the Porsche 911 Turbo with its updated Porsche double clutch gearbox versus the 485 horsepower Nissan GT-R.
Det var lite snabbare, va? PDK:n igår, den går ju rätt bra.
Så det var typ Koenigsegg?
Ja, då har det varit...
Man vill köra lite snabbare.
Som väntat ungefär, precis. Det känns ju ganska rimligt att det ska vara sådär.
So we have the Ferrari 430 Scuderia with its super fast sequential gearbox versus the 911 Turbo with its double clutch gearbox. You can really see the difference here during the shifts between the time when the cars are in gear and how much the double clutch car gains between the shifts compared to the car with sequential gearbox.
Nu har vi TURBO PDK mot 430 Scuderia. Jämnt, men det tog honom.
Ja, det var jämnt i hög hastighet. Han gasade lite före. Men ja, det går inte sjukt bra den här, men det går ju bra. Kan jag snacka med honom?
When Audi presented their Audi R8, it looked like it had 800 horsepower, but it had 420 horsepower and a V8, the engine from the RS4. 1 or 2 years later, they came out with a V10 for the Audi R8. You can spot the R8 V10 because it has wider air intake behind the wheels and other wheels, and also oval exhaust. The R8 V8 has quad exhaust, but the V10 has dual oval exhaust, just as the RS6, RS4 and also the Q7 V12 TDI actually. We raced that with a sequential gearbox versus the Porsche 911 Turbo with double clutch.
Audi R8 V10 mot Porsche Turbo, nya versionen.
In 2009, when Porsche launched the double clutch version of the 911 Turbo, the Mark II generation of the 997 Turbo, Nissan, the GTR, only had 485 horsepower. So we immediately matched up these two, and it's evident who is the winner here.
Sorry. 50 och klipp till vid sista konen.
So we re-raced these two cars, the Nissan GTR with stock 485 horsepower and the Porsche 911 Turbo PDK. Both of these cars have double clutch, so it's really interesting to see who is faster of these cars. Both cars also have four-wheel drive, but one of the cars have a shorter driveline loss since the engine is right over the rear axle. That is the 911 Turbo because it's tail engine. The GTR has the engine in the front and has much longer transmission loss because it has to have the power all the way back to the rear wheels. We have the McLaren MP412C with its upgrade from the factory, which is also a retroactive upgrade. So all MP412C have the right to this upgrade, and it's to 625 horsepower. So it's a twin turbo V8. We pit that against the 911 Turbo S, which has the double clutch gearbox, the PDK, as a standard. The regular 911 Turbo, you have to pay extra, like 10,000 euros to get the double clutch gearbox. But on Turbo S it's standard. So it's 530 horsepower versus McLaren's 625.
Ja, ja.
Yes.
Ja.
Så mycket förare.
Ja.
Startar jag före.
So we have to try to race the 458 again. We need the 911 Turbo S, the S version, which is 530 horsepower, against the 458's 570 horsepower. My 458 is yellow here with some silver stripes I think the owner put on, but it looks great. I think it will be a very close race.
Ska vi köra på en gång eller?
Nej, ja, det vet jag inte, men ja, det gör vi. Så jävla håriga kanter.
Ja. Vad händer om du startar på tvåan?
Ja, det är för lågt. Det är ingenting för att gå upp i varvet eller i hastighet.
Ja.
Jävla dum är det, så jävla. Det är så, jag vet inte, man kan köra manuellt.
Ja.
So just for fun, we raced the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution here in matte black versus a regular black Porsche 911 Turbo PDK. We raced from 50 km per hour up to 290, 300. And the Koenigsegg have 806 horsepower, so it's 500 versus 806. It's a big difference.
Han blir sur om man fuskar.
Porsche 997 PDK versus Koenigsegg.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized. with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
The 7-time Formula 1 world champion Michael Schumacher spent a lot of time developing this car. The recipe that made him unique on the racetrack and made him score these wins, he applied to the 430 Scuderia. He added lightness and power to the Ferrari F430, which made the 430 Scuderia a huge success. Let's see how the 430 Scuderia does against some of its competitors.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
We have the modern Ferrari 458 Italia against its predecessor, the Ferrari 430 Scuderia. The 430 Scuderia is lighter and much sportier, but lacks 60 horsepower and has a sequential gearbox instead of double clutch, as the Ferrari 458 Italia has. Let's match them together and see how it goes.
Ring race 430 Scuderia mot 458.
Here we have two Ferraris dedicated for the track, the Ferrari 430 Scuderia and the 599 GTO. The 599 GTO has a V12 of 670 horsepower matched to a sequential gearbox, just as the 430 Scuderia has, but the Scuderia lacks over 160 horsepower. But it's a lot lighter than the 599 GTO. Let's match them together and see how it goes. Here we race the 430 Scuderia versus the BMW M5. The BMW M5 is a family sedan with a 560 horsepower engine and with a 7-speed double clutch gearbox. Will it be able to take on the super light 430 Scuderia that has 50 horsepower less? Let's find out.
Är de klara där borta? Ja, de som gasar, ja, det vet jag inte. Det är så här sugen.
Var det 50 eller?
Ja, 50.
M5 mot 430 Scuderia. Kan vara rätt jämnt tror jag.
Scuderia borde ta en GTR, det är inte säkert.
Nej, det han bara flyttar sig.
Han bara hoppar den här lilla killen. Det var coolt. Du börjar bromsa eller? I högre fart, du släppte av innan...
Ja, innan ja.
När märkte jag kom igen?
Ja, där är det.
Men kom jag in på dig då eller? Ja, det var det. Får köra igen. Re-race.
This time we have the Porsche 911 Turbo with the PDK double clutch gearbox and 500 horsepower take on the 430 Scuderia. Will the 500 horsepower be enough to outrun the 510 horsepower and a lot lighter 430 Scuderia?
Men vi kör rullstart där borta.
Ja, rullan.
Ja, just det.
Ja, det är bara att köra.
Yes. Okay, Porsche 997 Turbo PDK versus Ferrari F430 Scuderia. Ja, fysiskt.
Here we have the four-door version of the BMW M3 with a V8. When you add a supercharger from ESS to the V8, it increases the horsepower from 420 horsepower to 625 horsepower. With these 625 horsepower in a family sedan, be able to take on the pure track-oriented 430 Scuderia. The convertible version of the MERCEDES-AMG is named SLS Roadster. It has a 6.3-liter V8 with 571 horsepower, normally aspirated engine. Will this be enough to take on the significantly lighter 430 Scuderia with 510 horsepower, but perfect aerodynamics and weight?
Here we have the Mercedes SLS AMG convertible versus FERRARI Scuderia Ferrari from 50 kilometers per hour. From 50 kilometers per hour.
Here we have the Ferrari 430 Scuderia again, the lighter version of the F430 that will race a 458 Spider, which is in essence a heavier version of the 458 Italia because of the removable roof and the mechanism to close and open the hard roof, the not soft top. This makes the race much closer between the two models. So we have the Lamborghini LP560-4 Gallardo, which has been somewhat upgraded from Edo competition in Germany. It races a stock Ferrari 430 Scuderia. The 430 Scuderia driver double clicks or misclicks when he shifts the sequential gearbox, which loses some valuable seconds in the race.
Okay, this is the Ferrari 430 Scuderia versus the LP560 Edo competition. It's a rolling start from 50 kilometers per hour. And this is for GTBOARD 2013. We have a beautiful winner. We have
So we raced the 430 Scuderia again versus the Edo competition LP560-4 Gallardo, and it seems that at higher speeds the Scuderia have the edge. Let's have a closer look.
all right, this is a re-race 430 Scuderia versus the LP560 Edo competition. It's a rolling start from 50 kilometers per hour. This is for GTBOARD 2013. This time everything worked perfect. No misshifts, perfect rolling start. Both cars did what they were supposed to do. And conclusion is that the 430 Scuderia was faster. Yes. Really nice. And that was LP560 with Edo competition package.
So in this race we actually have the regular Ferrari F430, the heavier version and the base model of the Scuderia. I wanted to pit it against the lighter Porsche 911 GT2, which is basically a 911 turbo with two-wheel drive and lighter, and it's also the previous generation 996 GT2. This GT2 has also ECU tuning, so it's quite a serious machine. We did this race back in 2006 and I was really surprised how fast the GT2 was.
Okay, here we have the 430 with a lot of leather and performance versus a GT2 without any leather. Håll det till vänster. Bra den här. Var det mot den röda? Märkte du hur många billängder var det mot den röda?
Nej, han var före för jag växlade lite dåligt där. Jag var inte riktigt...
Jaha, men du tog väl igen dem sen eller?
Ja, han låg en billängd faktiskt före sen, det gjorde han.
Jaha, för jag tyckte, ja han måste... Det här går ju riktigt bra. Nej, fan han gick bra i höga hastigheter den där jäveln.
GT2, ja.
Ja.
The Ferrari 430 Scuderia is really a gorgeous Ferrari in stock form. If you do it exclusive to your taste with gold colors on the wheels and really special kind of candy red color, it makes it really stand out in a gorgeous way. We raced this gorgeous Scuderia versus a Dodge Viper GTS of the previous generation just to see how the Viper holds up to the super fast gearbox with sequential shifts on the Scuderia.
Dodge Viper mot 430 Scuderia. Jag kör lite bakom, men det är väl...
Ungefär, ja. Han kom rätt bra där i början.
Ja, även om vi var lite för så
ja,
var han snabbt förbi.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
At the Tokyo Motor Show in 2007, Nissan introduced the GT-R. It really surprised many motor journalists, customers, and also fellow competitors. It really shocked the industry what that car could do at that time. The first generation had 485 horsepower, second generation had 530 horsepower, and the third one 550 horsepower. We're gonna try these two first generations and see how it does against its competition.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
In 2009, the Nissan GT-R had 485 horsepower in stock form. We compared it against the Porsche 911 GT2, which has a twin turbo engine and a 6-speed manual gearbox. Will this be even race?
mot Nissan GTR.
In late 2008, Lamborghini updated the Gallardo generation. It got 560 horsepower and a new name, the LP564. We matched it against the 485 horsepower Nissan GTR, and the GTR is in for a fight.
Fantastiska växlingar här liksom. Man känner inte ens, det bara...
Nej, det är precis sömlöst liksom.
Ja.
Now we're going to take Jaguar's fastest production car ever built, the Jaguar XKR-S Coupe, with its 550 horsepower supercharged V8 and the aluminum chassis mated to a fast automatic gearbox versus standard Nissan GTR. It could be a close race.
Det är intressant att se hur det här ska gå.
The Ferrari 458 Italia is a 200,000 plus euro car. The Nissan GTR cost about half of it. The 458 has a 570 horsepower engine, V8, and the Nissan has a V6 twin turbo with 485 horsepower. You have to decide here if it's worth the extra money or not.
GTR mot 458.
Porsche 911 GT3 RS 4.0 will go down as one of the purest Porsches to date. This limited edition GT3 has a 4-liter normally aspirated engine mated to a 6-speed manual gearbox. We will match it against the updated Nissan GTR with 530 horsepower. We will also throw in some rain into this race.
drar tydligt. Det är så jävla läcker den här. Du kan ju svänga in här då.
This time we're going to race the updated Nissan GT-R with 530 horsepower. The GT-R is a four-wheel drive car and it will race the two-wheel drive Ferrari 458 Italia with 570 horsepower. In addition to this, it is also raining.
Okay. Då har du honom, men det är så här, då är det risk liksom.
Ja, en chippning är det. Så till.
Here we have the Nissan GT-R R35 standard, which will race the Lamborghini Gallardo LP550-2 Valentino Balboni. The Valentino Balboni version is a special version of the Gallardo with two-wheel drive instead of four-wheel drive. And it will be interesting to see if the Gallardo can keep up with the GT-R, both at lower speeds and higher speeds.
Okay. Here we have the Nissan GT-R V-Spec versus Lamborghini Balboni. Låt honom komma ifatt.
So this race is maybe one of the most extreme races I've ever had. It's the fastest Nissan GT-R I had on my events in Sweden. It's from a tuning shop called AG here in Sweden, which bumps up the power to well over 800, 850 horsepower on the Nissan GT-R. It left everything to date at the time. We had visitors from Russia that came with the Lamborghini Gallardo Superleggera that had added twin turbo to its V10 engine and bumped up the horsepower to well over 1,500 horsepower. You will see how this Nissan GT-R will be left in the dust at really high speeds as well. And that Lamborghini Gallardo from Underground Racing, an American company, came up to speeds to well over 300, 330, 340 on GPS on this little short stretch. Incredible performance.
GT-R 900 horsepower
versus
Underground Racing Gallardo 550.
When the Nissan GT-R R35 was brand new, it had 485 horsepower. We raced it against the standard Ferrari 599 GTB Fiorano, which had a sequential gearbox, versus the GT-R's super fast double clutch gearbox. The 599 has 620 horsepower from a normally aspirated V12. Would that be enough to put the GT-R in its place? Here we have the standard Nissan R35 GT-R racing the BMW M5 Touring, which is the estate version of the M5. This M5 has a V10 and also super sprint headers and exhaust, which increases the horsepower with 40 up to in total 547 horsepower. It will go well in higher speeds thanks to ram air intake and normally aspirated engine of the V10. So we'll do this race 2 times and see how it goes. M5 Touring versus GTR for M5board.com. Köra om.
Grymt bra start.
Ja.
Men han vet inte om han missade starten eller vad han gjorde, för vi stack ju.
Ja, hela tiden. Eller han kom aldrig ikapp eller i hastighet.
Nej. Men det måste, jag fick känslan att han inte kom iväg i starten.
Nej.
För vi fick ju flera...
Jag körde en gång till.
Fick ju flera meter.
So let's redo this race with the Nissan GT-R, which is standard, versus the BMW M5 Touring Super Sprint with headers and exhaust, and in total 547 horsepower, and see if it is as close as it was on the first race. Ja, bra växlingar. M5 Touring versus GT-R.
Hade vi haft 100 meter till då hade vi slagit om.
Ja, jag får köra till dig så filmar jag från GTR också.
Men det här är...
Det var imponerande. Ja, imponerande. Man kan tänka så här, de som bara matar ifrån här på taxisträckorna, de blir så här sura känns det.
Ja, exakt. Jag tror jag ska växla ännu senare också. Jag växlar lite för tidigt.
Nej, det är precis när du ser vid 8 ungefär. För lite senare risk att du går i varvstoppet.
Ja, för då blir det så här bludder.
Ja. So we really wanted to put the Nissan GTR stock version in place. So we took the Swedish hypercar, the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution, with 806 horsepower and 400 kilos less weight than a standard GTR, and raced it from 50 kilometers per hour all the way up to well over 300. The Nissan GTR owner didn't stand a chance. Koenigsegg CCR Evolution versus GTR.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
Porsche's GT models have always been legendary, made for the track. Porsche 911 GT1, 911 GT2 and 911 GT3 are many people's favorites on the tracks. The 911 GT2 that you will see in this program is like a GT3 but with a turbo. So it's a two-wheel drive 911 6-speed manual gearbox with a big turbo.
and it has a larger front and rear spoiler than the regular 911 GT3 and 911 Turbo. The 911 Turbo is also four-wheel drive. This GT2 is two-wheel drive. It's very low and nice go-kart feeling in the 911 GT2 when you drive it. Let's see how it goes against other cars.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
Here we raced the Nissan GT-R that had 485 horsepower. It was completely stock. It raced the standard Porsche 911 GT2 of the 997 generation, which have a 6-speed manual gearbox. We do a re-race with the Nissan GT-R 485 horsepower versus the standard Porsche 911 GT2. The Nissan GT-R has an advantage here with a rolling start from 50 km/h thanks to its double clutch and 0 seconds shift time. The driver in the Porsche 911 GT2 has to shift manually and really fight for these fast shifts. So they race from 50 up to 270. In this race we pitched the top model from Porsche, the 911 GT2 of the 997 generation with a 6-speed manual gearbox versus the upgraded version of the Gallardo, the Lamborghini LP560-4. The LP560 has a sequential gearbox and shifts really fast. Not as fast as double clutch, but still much faster than the manual gearbox. The race is from 50 km/h and the more the speed increases, the more advantage does one of these cars have. Okay, GT2 stock versus LP560. Ja, exakt. Kör vi vänsterfilen. färskt stenskott eller?
Nej, det vet jag inte. Det är större skillnad än att sopa den. Den river väl upp, det är lite lös.
Ja, man får köra långt från varandra. Men det är ändå jävligt irriterande. In this race we have the almost legendary tuner in Sweden, Hans Dahlbäck, who's been famous for tuning his really fast Audis and Volkswagen. He had his epic Dahlbäck Golf, which is like 1,000 horsepower and 1,000 kilos or around that. His personal car is a 911 GT2, which he had tuned at this time slightly, but as every year passes he tunes that GT2 more and more as well. So we match that GT2 with 599 GTB. So 599 versus Hans Dahlbäck's GT2.
Inte förra gången.
Vad fan?
Jag tog han förra gången.
Här känner man accelererade i kapp också. So, Jesper, how did you like the Ferrari 599? It's the first time you drive the 599?
Yeah. It's a beautiful car. It's a beautiful GT wagon. I mean, it's quiet, fast, easy to drive.
Easy to shift.
Yeah, it's an impressive car. I mean, it's really fast and it's very comfortable.
Yes. Yeah, very easy to drive fast.
Yeah.
So Hans Dahlbäck's 911 GT2 is quite a fast GT2, significantly faster than the stock GT2. In this race he's racing a Lamborghini LP560-4 Gallardo, which has 560 horsepower, and this example is painted in a beautiful balloon white Lamborghini color. And let's see who will come out on top on this race.
Hästar inne.
Det är som det ska vara.
Ja, men så mycket sticker inte.
Nej.
This race we have Hans Dahlbäck's 911 GT2 again, racing another LP564 at another airfield and another Gallardo. This time it's a black Gallardo, and it's a race from 50 km/h. So let's do a re-race with the black LP564 Gallardo versus the Hans Dahlbeck 911 GT2. I think the result might be the same as the last race. Well, it seems that this particular Lamborghini LP560-4 owner doesn't want to give up, and let's try it a third time. I remember these races, it was really a lot of adrenaline when these races were going on, like maxing it out to well over 300 on the speedometer. A lot of fun. This time we're racing the Porsche 911 GT2 versus the legendary Porsche Carrera GT. Carrera GT is really a real man's car. It's like widow maker and everything above and in between that. It doesn't have any stability control. It has a ceramic clutch, really difficult to modulate. I drove it myself from 0 to 300 kilometers per hour a couple of times on the airfields, and it's a really tricky clutch, but quite easy to drive once you just get in the gears. Anyway, that V10 of the Carrera GT was derived for competing in Le Mans and has a beautiful sound. So we'll put that against the 911 GT2 a couple of times and see how it goes.
Ja, kom där vid 280 typ.
Det har nog gått bra med fan jag lagt i 6:a. Fan jag växlar sista gången.
So a few years ago I received a mail from Russia, and a couple of months later it came down 2 trucks with super exclusive and highly tuned exotics on them to race us. This particular Russian guy had a 911 GT2 that he started out to tune for 2,000 euros. Then a couple of months later he tuned it for 20,000 euros, and a couple of months later he tuned it for over 250,000 euros. So tuning alone is 250,000 euros, car is 200,000 euros. And he converted this GT2 to 4-wheel drive. It's 2-wheel drive standard, but this one is 4-wheel drive because of all of the power, and it has around 1,000 horsepower. It will race a standard Ferrari 458 Italia, and you will just be blown away about the difference in acceleration between these two cars.
GT2 9FF.
Vi ska ut vänster, eller hur?
Ja, Ferrari 458. stilla i 275 och du Anders Wall.
Jag tror faktiskt jag minns den jävla regnet.
Ja, det var riktigt roligt. Jag vet att vi turades om att ligga först där.
Och så hade vi turostripat även Bentley, va?
Ja.
Ja, båda hade så sjukt.
Ja, precis.
Men kan vi inte finnas när du kommer hem på sin match?
So let's match the 9FF Porsche 911 GT2 BT1000 four-wheel drive again versus the Ferrari 458 Italia. One thing to remember is that the Ferrari 458 Italia is really one of the faster sports car there is today. It's faster than the 599 GTB, faster than the Porsche 911 Turbo PDK, and it's really a fast car. And see what this manual shifted 6-speed manual gearbox GT2 does to this 458. It's unbelievable.
Har vi Ferrari 458 mot 92 9FF. Vadå?
So in this race we are pitting the Porsche 911 Turbo with its double clutch gearbox versus a tuned 911 GT2. The 911 GT2 is tuned from a German company called Cargraphic with their stage 3 upgrade, so it has around 700 horsepower and a lot of torque, and it really shows because you can see when between the gears, when the GT2 is in gear and it doesn't lose time when shifting, it's really a lot faster than the 911 Turbo PDK. Here we have the familiar red Nissan GTR, but this time this GTR is not stock. The owner tuned it to around 800 horsepower. He got help from an American company called Switzer and bought the Switzer P800 package. So 800 horsepower matched to a double clutch gearbox will be a really hard fight for a manual gearbox GT2 or any kind of manual gearbox tuned car. So it's a little over 700 horsepower in the GT2 versus the double clutch of the Switzer P800.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
The Porsche Carrera GT is today a legend. This V10 powered Porsche with its engine derived from Le Mans racing is today top status among classic Porsches. Due to tragic circumstances, it's even more like legend status today than a couple of years ago because of the crash with Paul Walker, the Fast and Furious star that was a passenger in one of these Carrera GT that burst into flames in California in 2013. The Carrera GT is a dangerous car. It's called the Widowmaker, and you cannot have stability control even as an option. So you really have to fight to modulate that power through that tricky clutch. It's a classic, and enjoy these races with it in action.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
Here we race the Porsche 911 GT2 versus the V10 powered Carrera GT. Both have 6-speed manual gearbox. The Carrera GT has a ceramic clutch, which makes it somewhat trickier to shift, but this driver of the Carrera GT really drove it like he stole it and really maxed out this car, so it's a nice race.
Ja, det är lite tufft där i starten, precis.
Den laddar ingenting då?
Nej, just det, man måste ligga på
bromsen.
Det blir svårt med laddtrycket där i och med att den...
Ja, den klippte nu.
Ja, precis.
Bromsen, så att det kan... Frågan om det var bättre.
Ja, det man vet ju inte.
So this is not a perfect matchup maybe. It's Ferrari's comfort, like Autobahn cruiser, the 612 Scaglietti, V12 powered Ferrari cruiser versus Porsche's really racer V10 powered Carrera GT. Maybe the outcome is given, but it's a fun race.
Då kör vi.
290.
Ja.
So here we have a really nice matchup we did back in 2008. We had the Porsche Carrera GT race the Mercedes McLaren SLR. The SLR is more comfort oriented but still very fast, V8 supercharged, almost hypercar. The race from 50 km/h, and you can see what car that takes the lead up to say 250 km/h. After 250, one car really starts to gain, and you can really hear the adrenaline flowing of the driver of the Porsche Carrera GT.
Ja, nu är vi klara att rulla.
So let's do a re-race and switch position of the Mercedes McLaren SLR and the Porsche Carrera GT. They are quite similarly matched. Someone is clearly faster up to 250, but over 250 another car takes the lead. Also do notice that both the spoiler of the Carrera GT and the SLR is active. So the SLR spoiler goes up when you brake, like an air brake, much of like the air brake on the Bugatti Veyron. And on the Carrera GT, the spoiler goes up above 140 km/h, I believe it is.
Först över mållinjen. Vadå? Passa på att leka lite.
When you own a Porsche Carrera GT, you are rarely left in the dust. This time the Carrera GT driver meets the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution, which is a hypercar made in Sweden. It's an upgraded version of the CCR, producing 806 horsepower. Even though the Carrera GT sound is tremendous with its aftermarket exhaust and straight pipes to the V10, it's completely drowned by the Koenigsegg's brutal, super loud sound. And I don't know if this race is close, but it's still a very good race.
Jag har massa avsteg.
Ja, så är det bara att smyga.
han är bakom dig också. Eller framför dig. Så han ska köra om dig. Ja, vad nådde du för hastighet?
Vad har han med?
VMR 276 nådde vi. GPS. Alltså låt honom köra om dig. Kan du göra. Du blinka lite, ja precis. Filmar ju på här.
Är det en driftbox där då?
Nej, performancebox. Ja.
Ja, det är samma där också. Så det...
nej, det är bara den här. Men vi lägger i den nu vid nästa.
Ja, så ni ser hur snabbt han kommer.
Ja. Ja, det ser 0. Du har ju 100 till 250 på 14 sekunder. 100 till 200 på 7 sekunder.
Ja, det är inte så bra.
So let's do a re-race of the Porsche Carrera GT and the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution. It's quite difficult to comprehend how fast the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution is when you know that the Carrera GT is so fast it leaves the Lamborghini LP560 like 10 car lengths behind. And now this time it's the Porsche Carrera GT's time to be left behind.
That's goodbye for today. Ja. Är du redo? Ja, okej. Redo? Kör. Okej, Koenigsegg CCR Evolution versus Carrera GT. 50 km/h. Fan vad det spann fick ställ där.
Det var ingen fäste på ettan, tvåan, trean.
Nej. Men du kommer ändå iväg jävligt bra med tanke på att det ändå spinner. Så ligger vi bakom honom så vi får ett tredje bakom, men så vi får med honom på filmen. Ja, men den är helt klart snabbare. Okej, köra upp jämsides med lite så får han köra förbi och så. Gasa på lite.
Kör vi samma som förra gången? Ja. Vem gör starten? Alltså, när ska vi köra igång? Nej men här, när ska vi starta och rulla så vi ligger synkade?
tuta eller någonting.
Ja, vänta, jag ska få dra upp rutan. Okej, 3, 2, 1.
Det var på 6:an på varmmätaren.
Ja, jag tror jag kör någonstans.
Here the Porsche Carrera GT will race the Ferrari 599 GTB. The GTB has a V12 with 620 horsepower matched to a sequential gearbox. You shift the sequential gearbox with paddles, so it's very difficult to do a mistake when shifting in the 599. The Carrera GT has the ceramic clutch and manual gearbox, and in this race the Carrera GT driver will do a miss shift, so he really have to fight for the win here.
Det är nästan det är typ exakt samma effekt av antal här på båda bilarna. Ja. Samma effekt. Är det?
Here we have a BMW M6 Coupe with a V10, which is tuned by McLaren Sport in Germany. Different camshafts and exhaust, etc. This example actually did 334 on German Autobahn on GPS. So he thought it was a good idea to race the Carrera GT with aftermarket exhaust from a roll from 50 km/h.
Kommer han eller? Ja, nu börjar han rulla.
This time we have the red Ferrari 599 GTB with the F1 gearbox, sequential gearbox, which raced the manual 6-speed gearbox Porsche Carrera GT. The Carrera GT driver really fights to get in the correct gears, and it's not that close of a race, but still the Carrera GT has to focus and concentrate for the win.
Ready? Super close, with a small advantage for the Porsche.
You can't win them all.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
If you're tired of your regular Porsche turbo, you could always go GT models, more track focused. The Porsche GT1, GT2 or GT3. One of the rarest and most driver-focused examples of the GT3 is the GT3 RS 4.0 with its normally aspirated engine. We're going to see some races of that in the end of this program. If you're tired of Porsche altogether, you could go to Roof in southern Germany, which makes their own version of Porsches from scratch with the Roof chassis number. Let's see some action of these Roof cars on the airfield.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
At the time, the BMW M6 Coupe was brand new, 507 horsepower V10 with sequential gearbox, state-of-the-art gearbox at the time. If you're getting left in the dust by another car, you're pretty surprised. You're going to be even more surprised if the car is from the mid-1990s. It's a 911 turbo from the late 90s, tuned by Roof, producing well over 500 horsepower. The Roof 993 Turbo R. Okay, BMW M6 versus 993 911 Turbo with the Roof Turbo R package. From 50 kilometers per hour to 250. Rolling start from first gear.
Gasa, gasa, gasa. 230. 240.
Back in 2007-2008, I was really curious what those Supras could do, if they were really fast above the quarter mile or just looked fast. This Supra is called the Silver Supra, was quite famous in Sweden, did great quarter mile times, and it's going to race a roof 911 turbo. This roof has been tuned down at Roof in southern Germany. The tuning alone cost over 100,000 euros. So we'll see if it could match that Supra.
Jävlar vad det spann. Ja. Det spann alldeles för mycket. Fan. Det svinner ner. Ja, den är fyrhjulsdriven också, alltså det är en turbobaserad.
If you own a Porsche 911 GT2, especially one from the 996 generation called the Widowmaker, that only has ABS anti-lock brakes, not even stability control or traction control, it's brave to go to Alu's roof to tune it even more, to get the 650 package, which means well over 700 horsepower, because the roof is always understated. We raced that against the then brand new Ferrari 599 GTB and its 620 horsepower V12 matched the sequential F1 gearbox. I was really surprised how fast this roof was. So here we can see the difference between a standard Porsche 911 GT2 and the roof version of the 911 GT2. Take into consideration that the roof 911 GT2 had some huge heavy wheels also that weighs more than stock wheels, but that was not a problem when you raced these two cars. If you have a bioethanol E85 converted Mitsubishi Evolution 6 with well over 600 horsepower on the wheels, it's going to be a difficult match for even a roof 911 GT2. We wanted to match them together and see what the difference is.
faktiskt. Så är det 250 liter.
Ja. Vänta. Ta det lugnt bara. So we are riding an Evo 6?
Yes.
Versus a...
Sometimes you think your car is really fast. When you're sitting in a over 500 horsepower V8 powered Mercedes-AMG, you think you're really fast, but at many times in my events you would really have a problem to being the fastest car. Here they matched it against the Roof 911 GT2 and the difference was quite significant.
Little closer, let me see you in the spotlight. And turn around and let me see just what you curve like. Grab your friends and y'all can come to the back. Oh, why don't you take a sip up on the champagne? Relax, take your coat off and let me get your name. I love that hourglass shape you got up on that frame. I like the way you talk your game, we might be one and the same. Now I know you got a buzz off that alcohol. I got a house that can entertain all of y'all. Maybe later home, I'll give you a call. I'm the side, I'll get that you. And when I come, don't give me the runaround. I ain't gon' have you trying to play it like a silly clown. Don't say you busy, girl, ain't nothing to think about. You got me feeling good, girl, you wrong, baby. But little lady, baby, just fall for your melody. But little lady, come on and don't. Please don't make a fool of me. Little lady.
When the 997 generation came out, Roof was quite early to make their own version of its perfect roof car based on the Porsche 911. It's called the Roof RT12 and has well over 600 horsepower. This engine also powered this Roof 911 Turbo from the 996 generation. And they should be quite even.
Ja, då är vi klara. Då rullar vi.
Var vi uppe i 350?
So we have really two different philosophies of sports cars. One is four-wheel drive, double clutch, many computers working around the clock all the time, in the corners, coming into corners, before the corners, before you know you want to turn. And you have the 911 GT3 RS 4.0, which is a pure driver's car with manual gearbox, like minimum of influence from systems, only the driver. I'm gonna race that car, the 911 GT3 RS 4.0 versus the Nissan GT-R, the 530 horsepower engine. It's the second generation of the GT-R. See how it goes.
Att det drar tydligt. Det är så jävla läcker den här. Jag kan ju svänga in här då.
We have one car that costs a little over 100,000 euros and the other car costs a bit over 200,000 euros. One is a limited edition, 1 out of 500 example, made in Stuttgart. And the other one is made in Japan, with the most advanced and highest technology there is in computers applied to cars. We raced them during this rainy day and it was quite interesting to see the race. I wonder which car you want to have 10 years from now, of these two.
Okay, this is a rolling start from 50 kilometers per hour against the Nissan GT-R with one catalytic against the GT-R RS 4.0. Pretty stable. That's what I call breaking point.
When you have the Audi RS6, you should really tune it with the ship and exhaust. This owner did it at MTM in Germany, which adds a couple of 100 horsepower to the total power. Total power is now 730 horsepower. What he cannot do is change the weight in an easy way. And that is the advantage of the Porsche 911 GT3 RS 4.0. It's a really light car. Let's race these two together.
Håller vi vänster. RS6 Sedan MTM versus GT3 RS 4.0.
Some days you're quite unlucky with the weather. It just rains, cats and dogs as they say in the UK. But on the bright side I was driving a BMW M6 Coupe with its V8 and twin turbo, 560 horsepower, matched to double clutch gearbox. I raced the Porsche 911 GT3 RS 4.0, one of only 500 made. That driver of the RS 4.0, GT3 RS 4.0, really shifted fast. You could see that in the video. It's a close race.
Re-race with M dynamic mode on. This time I will not shift early when stability control goes in. I will just do to red line, 7,200. And GT3 RS 4.0. Let's see, we are gaining. At higher speeds we are gaining. So slippery. And now we're going to do it from a roll. From a standstill. Jag visste att vi skulle ta dem där.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
I was really curious about this race. We have the classic Gran Turismo, the more comfortable Stockholm to Monte Carlo cruiser, the Ferrari 599 GTB. It has a F1 sequential gearbox, not as fast as double clutch, but it has a V12 and 620 horsepower. How would this stand up against the less powerful 570 horsepower, but double clutch equipped 458 Italia? The 458 Italia is also much lighter, sleeker, lower, smaller frontal area, everything more modern than the 599. Maybe it's a close race. What car would I choose? I don't know.
jävla du. Va? Sen tror jag de gör den.
We did a re-race of these two classic cars. 458 Italia with its double clutch gearbox, 570 horsepower, versus the 599 GTB with 620 horsepower. It's really a kind of a tie between these two. Which car would you choose to bring your best friend's girlfriend and yourself on a weekend down to Monte Carlo? A Grand Tourer or a sportier car? I would say the 599 because girls always complain about the comfort in a really sports car like a 458.
Så sätt till att växla lite innan då. Om det är på 8.2 när du lämnar den.
This time we try the Ferrari 599 GTB F1 versus the Porsche Carrera GT. The Porsche Carrera GT has a 6-speed manual gearbox, quite tricky to shift with its ceramic clutch. This Carrera GT driver really has to make a perfect shift to be able to leave the 599 GTB.
Det är nästan det är typ exakt samma effekter antal här på båda bilarna. Samma effekt. Är det?
This time we do the race again with a different Porsche Carrera GT and a different Ferrari 599 GTB. The race is maybe somewhat closer depending on circumstances and drivers, but still it's no match for the Carrera GT, only that you shift correctly.
lite där liksom?
Nej, det är en ny låda i den nu. Så jag är inte riktigt van med den. Den sitter mycket tajtare.
Ja, i steg där.
Ja,
okej.
Riktigt...
Fan, det låter trevligt nu alltså.
This race is a complete mismatch, but the E63 driver wanted to try it. So we have the Mercedes E63 estate of the older generation with a V8 and 6.3 liter in a ruby red color. He raced Daytona Grey, I believe the color is called, or Gregorio Grey, 599 GTB F1. See, the distance between them is just huge. But the beauty of this race is also the race before that you will see in the beginning of this clip. It's a Porsche Carrera GT with AWE aftermarket exhaust, racing a other V10 equipped car, the BMW M6 Coupe from Kellener's Sport. It's a beautiful sound when you drive away and then line up with the E63 versus a 599 GTB.
Oj, han sticker. Den var ju lite snabbare då.
In this race we have the older generation of the 911 Turbo, the 997, and also the Mark 1, not Mark 2. So it's the Tiptronic automatic gearbox instead of the fast double clutch PDK gearbox. It races this grey Ferrari 599 GTB from 50 km per hour, but you can see the advantage four-wheel drive has also at 50 km per hour because it's a little bit damp, wet.
Det blir tufft motstånd nu.
Det här blir tvärkört, tyvärr.
Tyvärr är det väl så.
Negativt, men det är så det får vara.
Ja, man kan inte vinna jämt.
Allting avstängt. AC.
Så mycket bara går.
Allting. Jag har ju hela packning.
Missar starten lite verkar det som.
Det kändes så,
ja.
Helt klart.
So we raced two Italian exotics against each other. The Ferrari 599 GTB with the F1 gearbox versus the Lamborghini LP560 Gallardo, the upgraded version, the 560 horsepower version with E-gear, also sequential gearbox. It's a close race at this level. Both of these cars are really fast.
Ja, mycket varmt och skönt.
jämnt det där.
Ja, jag kunde optimera växeln lite till tror jag.
Ja, det känns som du hittade varvstoppet på en omväxel där.
Ja. Sen även 5-6. Jag trodde inte jag den skulle gå i så pass. Men det gjorde den växeln lite för tidigt. Eller?
Ja.
Det gick ju in nästan innan röd.
Precis.
So when we are sick and tired of a car that wins too many races, we just throw in a Koenigsegg to even it out and level out the playing field. Here's the Koenigsegg CCR, which has an upgrade package, the Evolution package. So we matches this CCR Evo with 806 horsepower versus the 599 GTB. And it's going to taste its own medicine.
Jävlar vad det låter. Det var nästan där, ja. Ja.
So we have the absolute top model from Ferrari and the top range of the 599, the 599 GTO. Limited edition, GTO badging, will race the 458 Italia with its double clutch gearbox. So it's 670 horsepower versus 570 horsepower, double clutch versus sequential, more weight versus less weight. The GTO is probably somewhat heavier than 458. See how it goes.
Problemet är ju början för att få den ner till backen och där. Fan, avsnittet. Låt bara kliva in. Släppte lite tidigare. Ja, han började bromsa lite innan. Safea.
So we have this Transformers kind of looking Lamborghini Aventador LP700-4. It's a four-wheel drive, 700 horsepower V12, normally aspirated, that will race another normally aspirated V12, the 670 horsepower 599 GTO. The GTO has a two-wheel drive system that takes less power away to the ground than the Aventador. It will be a very close race between these cars.
Okay, we have a 599 GTO versus Lamborghini Aventador. Jag kan dra upp rutan sen. And we're gonna start from 50 kilometers per hour. Vänta in dem lite där nu. Vänta. Nu. Det här går liksom inte att ändra på. Var det en insekt där eller var det en sten? Ja, det var det. Men det blev ingen skada va?
So we have Ferrari's latest Gran Turismo car, the Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. It has an incredible 740 horsepower, matched to double clutch gearbox. It's incredible that today you can go into a store and buy a V12 Ferrari with standard 740 horsepower. We race this against the already classic 599 GTO and its 670 horsepower and sequential gearbox. It's a black F12 Berlinetta versus a black 599 GTO.
Ferrari F12 versus 599 GTO.
So let's do the race again with the Ferrari F12 Berlinetta versus the 599 GTO. This 599 GTO has some beautiful matte unpainted carbon door sills and carbon mirrors. Completely lovely car with all options. We race it against the F12.
Okay, it's the Ferrari 599 GTO versus the Ferrari F12. It's a rolling start from 50 kilometers per hour.
So a Ferrari 599 GTO is not exactly a low-key, discreet car when you think of it, with its 670 horsepower V12. When you put it next to an orange Lamborghini Aventador LP700-4, everybody will look at the Aventador. But I don't know which one to choose. I really love the sound of the 599 GTO and its rawness. It's 4-point seat belts, it's Alcantara race interior, white rev needle this GTO has. It's a beautiful example. It's a close race between these two.
Hallå? Ja, se till att du inte är bakom den så det inte blir som väjren. Så tjuva lite om det går, det är lugnt. Liksom. Exakt, lite mer före, ytterligare före.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
In this episode, we kind of collected some quirky and weird races. We raced BMW's M-Power SUV, the X5M with 555 horsepower, V8 twin-turbo SUV. We also raced the Rolls-Royce Phantom, also by the way with a BMW engine, V12 turbo engine. So some races mostly for fun, but they like that on YouTube and hopefully you like it as well.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
Just as the Porsche Panamera Turbo and Porsche Panamera Turbo S, you have the Porsche Cayenne Turbo and Cayenne Turbo S, also 911 Turbo and 911 Turbo S. If you really are not satisfied with your turbo, you can always go Turbo S. This is a Porsche Cayenne Turbo S, the second generation, which has 550 horsepower instead of 540. It will be racing a stock Audi RS4 Avant with a 6-speed manual gearbox compared to the Cayenne Turbo S automatic gearbox. Notice what happens at speed with this huge SUV.
Okay, Cayenne Turbo S facelifted versus Audi RS4 50. Jag kan inte hamna för långt efter, men ja. Jag kan säga till när du ska dra. Dra! Ja, nu tar vi in honom. Vad är hastigheten? Ja, kom igen då. 240. Ja, du ser, det starten spelar en jävla roll. Men vi tog in på honom, om vi hade gasat lite mer så hade vi. Men det blir svårare, snabbare hastighet blir svårare för det här.
In this race we have the standard BMW M3 sedan, 4-door limousine, what you say, with a double clutch DCT or DKG gearbox in German. It's a beautiful package car, very well balanced, but in a straight line maybe not the fastest car, but still quite fast. It does 290 top speed on GPS if you delimit it. I tried it personally myself. We matched this against the BMW X5M, which is the X5 with a V8 and twin turbo. The engine that the M5 engine is kind of derived from, the V8 twin turbo. The M5 have other turbos, etc. Anyhow, it has 555 horsepower and super lots of torque and a fast automatic gearbox. So we do a roll from 50 kilometers per hour and try to beat this M3. We almost make it. This was one of the first events I had. I had this owner with Audi RS4 Avant coming up and raced One of the first car he raced was the Mercedes ML63 AMG, 6.3 liter V8 in a massive SUV. He was kind of let down after this race, so next time he came to my race he had a GT3 RS, and the year after he had the LP560. Year after that he had the LP574 Performante, and also Audi RS6 with 730 horsepower. So this little defeat in the start here put a little mark in this owner's mind, so he stepped up after this.
Det här går mycket bra.
Ja, vi tog fram i alla fall. Nu får vi på gasen igen.
Ja, det gick ju bra där ändå.
Ja, för fan. Detta är vi ska åka på åkern sen också.
Ja, precis.
Då ligger vi ute i gräset där.
Just precis, då är den ännu bättre.
Ja, 3 pers också.
If you have a Range Rover and you're not choosing the diesel version, if you choose a supercharged version, the 510 horsepower, I kind of approve you. You're an enthusiast then, because it will consume 2 liters per 10 kilometers, but you'll have good acceleration. We match that against the X5M, the direct competitor to BMW. So we did a re-race with the BMW X5M and the Range Rover Supercharged with the 510 horsepower. I was kind of astonished the speed the Range Rover had in the corners when I chased him with the X5M. It was a fun race.
Det var 235 klipp han gjorde.
Ja. this time we wanted to try a car that the Range Rover could kind of beat, for a while at least. So we took heavier, the convertible version, which is heavier than the regular 911 Coupe. And it was the 997 first generation Carrera, and matched it against the Range Rover. Have a look.
En vinst där.
Ja.
Äntligen.
Äntligen.
Skönt ta en Range Rover.
Ja, precis. Ett höghus.
Precis. Han kör på bra där.
So just for fun, I wanted to try the BMW X5M with its 555 horsepower versus a real sports car, the 500 horsepower Porsche 911 Turbo PDK with double clutch. It's super fast double clutch versus a really fast automatic gearbox in the X5M. But as you can see, it's no contest. If I would choose, I would have X5M for the winter and a 911 Turbo PDK for the summer. So we did a re-race with the Porsche 911 Carrera 2S convertible 997 Mark I generation versus the Range Rover Sport supercharged. The Range Rover was ahead for a while.
Skillnad alltså då.
Ja,
det var det ligga på spärren också.
Ja, för fan.
Utan spärren hade varit intressant faktiskt att se.
Jag tror att det skiljer så jävla mycket. Vi låg ju åtminstone de sista 150-200 meterna lätt.
Ja. Det är lite skärm med de här stora bilarna, för det blir ju lite roligt liksom.
Davids kamp mot godet.
Ja, men verkligen. Ja, det är fantastiskt.
The Audi S5 Sportsback is a beautiful car. It's like a coupe but a four-door. You can go to MTM with it down in Germany to have the ECU program to make somewhat more power. The S5 Sportsback also have a double clutch with super fast shifts. We matched it against the X5M to see what the difference was.
Audi S5 Sportsback mot X5M.
Är det 50 eller?
50, ja. Det är väldigt jämnt. Det tog lite under på, ja. Där bromsar han. Det är väldigt mycket grus här så att du...
Är det då?
Ja. Halva sträckan här är jättemycket grus så att här kan du hålla rätt så lugnt.
So we have the relatively slow Audi R8 V8, which with sequential gearbox is it's like as fast as a Audi RS4, or a bit faster, but it's not the fastest car speed. You really should have the R8 V10 for some real performance from the R8. But we raced that against the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a huge car with a BMW V12, and it looks 10 times larger than the R8. We thought it could stand a little chance. Let's have a look.
Hey, you pimp! Pimp!
Ska inte höger eller vänster?
Vänster.
Ska du ruta ner förresten?
Ja, jag styr den här delen. Det är bara att köra om honom. Is that a pimp mobile?
This is a pimp mobile. Pimp job.
How much? Hello!
I cannot tell the price.
Så vi har kört, vi ser till, det är viktigt att du bara startar så här, att du startar lite före honom för att han kommer kanske, eller ja, försöker få en jämn start rättare sagt. Fan, vem som kommer vinna det här? Det är intressant att se. Ja, det är nog vi som vinner det här tror jag.
We have the Toyota GT86, a really like drifter's car. The question is if it's a highway car as well for accelerations. We thought it could stand a chance against the Rolls-Royce Phantom because the Phantom is really large as an oil tanker, and see the result. It's pretty interesting.
Okay, now we're gonna do a little race with a Toyota GTAI86 och blink helljusen så är det till vänsterfilen så exakt. Precis, exakt. Versus Phantom. Okej, ja, försök i varje fall så du inte startar efter honom. Jag kör fram lite framför honom så jag kan bara se honom. Lite längre fram. Passa på lite mer. Gasa! Nej, nu kommer det! Vad fan vad det går då? trash-talka honom. Ja. Bromsa. So, that was good, right? Woohoo!
Epic fail.
Let's overtake him. I think we can catch him in the corners. Bromsa. So, what's that? Is this a yacht?
Sorry.
Is it a boat or a yacht?
No, it's a yacht.
Yes.
It's a princess. Princess yacht.
Floor it.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
Maybe if you're tired of Ferrari, or if you just want to try something maybe a bit more extreme, especially in terms of design, you could go to Lamborghini. I recommend the LP564 Gallardo, which is the faster version of the Gallardo. And you could always go Murcielago with the LP640 or LP670. But the most top of the line there is today is the Aventador with its 700 horsepower V12. It's a stunning car when you see it in real life. Let's race all these three examples against one of the best and fastest competitors there are today, from Ferrari and Koenigsegg and even Ford, and see what the result is.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
So back in 2009, the Lamborghini LP560 Gallardo was quite new. We tried it against big brother, the Lamborghini Murcielago LP640 with a V12 and 640 horsepower. Both of these cars have sequential gearbox, and I was a bit surprised at the result.
Upp med rutan där. Okay, LP640 versus LP560 from 60 kilometers per hour. Vi ger honom lite, man ser att han från starten. Nu kan du. Han sticker nästan lite alltså. Ja, nu tar honom. Bromsa in så du får honom framför dig. Vi får med honom på film. Sådär. Så lägger du bakom honom. Backar du för stenskott bara. Nej, de var jämna för mig att säga. Ja. Så gör vi till race så byter jag bara plats i 560 sen då. Får du stressa honom lite, jaga på dem. Undvik stenskott bara, så lägg det lite vänster bak. Den här kurvan där borta kan man ta i lätt 170 i alla fall. Hade du, men stabilitetskontrollen var helt av där i starten? Ja.
TCS är det.
Just det.
Annars så tuggar det på... Annars slår jag av då, vet du, så då tar det...
Ja. Det ska man inte göra, för det funkar. Jävligt underbart ljud alltså. What speed did we reach on the straight? Did you read the speed? But fast enough.
Fast enough.
Yeah, because it was a bit on the limit when we brake there. It's not too much strip left. Yeah, overtake him now. So we won.
The same day we tried the black Lamborghini LP560-4 Gallardo versus the Murcielago LP640. We also had a beautiful balloon white Lamborghini LP564 Gallardo. That is a pearl white metallic color, and we raced that against the black Lamborghini Murcielago LP640 as well.
Det var helt jämnt va?
Ja, han var ju...
Det var lite, det kändes som att han stack iväg lite. Det var lite dåligt grepp i starten där precis. Men sen tror jag att det var helt jämnt faktiskt.
One of the most beautiful and best sounding cars today is the Ferrari 599 GTO. The GTO badge makes it legendary. It refers back to the 250 GTO, which today fetches for around $20 million or euros. It's like, could be that as well. It has a V12 and 670 horsepower and a beautiful screaming engine that redlines close to 8,000 RPMs. We pitted that 670 horsepower V12 against Lamborghini's most powerful and top-of-the-line car, the Lamborghini LP700-4 Aventador with its 700 horsepower V12. To be honest, I was quite surprised at the result. I didn't think it should turn out as it did.
Okay, we have a 599 GTO versus Lamborghini Aventador. Jag kan dra upp rutan sen. Det här går liksom inte att ändra på. Var det en insekt där eller var det en sten? Ja, det var det. Men det blev ingen skada va?
with high revving, normally aspirated cars like these, it's really imperative that you rev it up to the red line. Not so it cut off, but just before the red line. And you have LED lights on the 599 GTO at the 12 o'clock position on the steering wheel, which makes it really easy to see where the red line is. So you really rev that 599 GTO engine almost to the red line. It's really a tough match against the Aventador. If this would be from a standstill, the result would be completely different, because the Aventador would just jump with its amazing launch control and four-wheel drive. But now it's from a roll, which happens most in everyday driving, and they're really even, these cars. So we matched the Ford GT, but with a supercharger added to it, producing around 800 horsepower versus the Lamborghini Aventador. The Ford GT is a manual gearbox, an Aventador is sequential, so the result is quite even.
Kanske så här, du ser att han drar så vi inte fubbar nu. De är jämna mellan växlingarna. Det är när han växlar som han tappar. Han växlar snabbt för en manuell låda får jag säga.
Men det var det pissrajs.
Ja, men vi gav honom starten där lite på något sätt. Men lägger man ihop alla de här filmerna och alla ser ett svep, då kan man bilda sin uppfattning att de är jämna, Ford GT är snabbare i fart. Vi kan ju testa stillastående härifrån tillbaks bara. Nej, skit i det.
What many in the world have waited for was the showdown between the Lamborghini LP700-4 Aventador and its arch rival Ferrari. Ferrari has, with the F12 Berlinetta, created a really fast Grand Tourer with 740 horsepower V12 and its double clutch gearbox. Aventador doesn't have double clutch, it has some solution between double clutch and sequential gearbox. I was really curious to see the result from a roll between the F12 Berlinetta and Aventador. Let's see this first race.
Starter på förväxt. 2.
So today in 2013, 2014, it's really incredible. You could go in a store and buy a standard car with 740 horsepower. And to that it's even normally aspirated. We pitted it against the Aventador for a second time to see if there really was a few car lengths difference.
Okay, this is the Ferrari F12 versus the Lamborghini Aventador. This is a rolling start from 50. Superbra.
Since the 50s and 60s, Lamborghini and Ferrari has been arch rivals. The story goes that Ferruccio Lamborghini wanted to buy a Ferrari that Enzo couldn't provide him with. Enzo Ferrari, the founder of Ferrari. So Ferruccio said, I build my own, and that way it is. Today, Lamborghini is owned by a VAG group who owns Audi and Bugatti as well, but they really ramped up production last years, and the products are really incredible with their stealth design, over-the-top design. So we raced it against the F12 Berlinetta from Ferrari a third time.
Vilken sida?
Okay, this is the Lamborghini Aventador against the Ferrari F12. And it's a rolling start from 50 kilometers per hour. And this is for GTBOARD 2013. Impression inside from the car. The sound is amazing. You can really hear the V12 engine revving there in the back. It's a really nice car. Nice details with the stitching and the interior. Yeah, Lamborghini made this really, really nice. Looks like a Tomcat fighter plane cockpit. There's the engine.
When we had the Aventador in place, where we had the Bugatti Veyron Vitesse, we wanted to race these two against each other. It's almost double the power in the Bugatti Veyron and more than double the price. Compare the price of the Vitesse and the Aventador. So once the cars get rolling, the difference of the car's performance is quite huge.
Lamborghini LP700 Aventador versus Bugatti Veyron Vitesse.
Och vi får ju typ dra också tidigare här.
beautiful with like orange world record edition car. Se till att vi gör så här, typ full gas nu, bara dra, sticka kvar. Spoilern vinklar sig också när den går att röra sig. Bromsat, fan vi skulle fuskat ännu mer alltså.
Nej men det var inte så väl ändå.
Men ska vi ta ett till race där vi bara tokfuskar, det gör vi.
Nej, det blir bara pinsamt.
Ja, men så här kanske inte kommer ikapp då.
Alltså, nu får vi just det starta. Nej, vi kör de andra nu. Då har jag kört
Okej, testa. Ska vi se om du stämplar från stillastående, sen stämplar några sekunder efter. Okej, Mark, let's try this. Let's stop. And we will just floor it from here, and 2 seconds after you floor it and try a cat and overtake us. Okay?
From here?
Yeah, and you don't need to do launch control, just hit it.
Yeah, okay.
We will hit it right now, basically.
If you ahead.
Yes, 1-2 seconds, okay. And then you... Ja, bara stämpla.
So if you have one of the best production super sport bikes that are available today, the BMW S1000 RR, start from a standstill versus Lamborghini Aventador LP700 and Bugatti Veyron Vitesse. It's going to be a quite interesting race. This race have in a half a year several million of viewers, and when you see it you can maybe understand why. It was a beautiful race.
How do you think it will go?
Now it will go good.
How much horsepower does it have?
1,200.
Okay, 1,200. Vitesse, it says. So it's a French car?
Yes.
Or German?
Or German. Okay, this is launch control with the Bugatti Vitesse versus the Lamborghini Aventador. This is going to be awesome. And Gustav is gonna launch us away. There we go. Let's do a new run from here. Vi kör igen.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
In this episode, you're going to see Lamborghini's smaller model, the Lamborghini Gallardo. It was launched with a 500 horsepower engine, 6-speed manual and a sequential gearbox. What we figured out when it came out that it was not that really fast, the 500 horsepower version. But after that, the Gallardo SE with 520 horsepower came, the Superleggera with 530 horsepower, I believe. But when the really big difference came was when the Lamborghini Gallardo LP560-4 was introduced, which was back in October 2009. The first LP560 was delivered to Hollywood and the second was delivered to Gothenburg. We put that in action just a few days after it was delivered. I was really impressed the big difference of the LP560 compared to the older Gallardo versions.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
Here we have the standard Nissan GT-R race a Lamborghini Gallardo 500 horsepower with the optional E-gear sequential shift system. The Gallardo also has a 2B aftermarket exhaust system which makes it sound beautiful. It's evident how the Nissan GT-R's double clutch gearbox makes the acceleration seamless compared to the E-gear of the Gallardo. Here we have a standard Nissan GT-R race the updated version of the Gallardo, the LP564. It's quite a large difference between these in acceleration, and the upgraded Gallardo really goes much better than the standard Gallardo.
mjuka växlingar här. Liksom. Man känner inte ens. Det bara...
Nej, det är precis sömlöst. Liksom.
Ja.
Here we have two beautiful cars, both with a V10. It's the BMW M6 Coupe with a V10, and we have the upgraded Gallardo, the LP564. It's evident here which is the true sports car and which one is more of a Grand Tourer when you see the difference in performance. In this race we have the special version of the Gallardo, the LP550 Valentino Balboni, to race the Ferrari 458 Italia. It's going to be a quite close race.
Är det då? Ja. Har de vinkat fram oss?
So let's do this race again and see if it is as close as it was in the earlier race.
Third race.
Är det fritt fram eller?
Ja, det är fritt fram.
Då kör vi. Eller? Ja, med.
So here we have two V10 power cars again, but one car is a family car. It's the BMW M5 Touring with a V10 and headers and exhaust from Super Sprint, which adds 40 horsepower. So it has around 550 horsepower. It will race the significantly lighter Lamborghini Gallardo with 500 horsepower and E-gear, and that has a tube exhaust. So expect nice sound from this pair of V10s.
Ja, jag tror han saktar ner.
Ja. Here we have the Gallardo LP564, the upgraded one, will race the Superleggera version of the 500 horsepower Gallardo. So it's the second generation Gallardo that will race the race version of the first generation of Gallardo. The Superleggera is what you can say the 430 Scuderia to the F430. So the Superleggera is significantly lighter than the LP560, but the LP560 has more power. Let's see how this matchup will go.
Kan upp i?
Vet inte. 285, 290.
290. Okej, det låter han köra lite för.
Here we have a close race. Once you come up to like the top performer of the sports cars today, like the later 911 Turbo, the 458 Italia, the 599, the LP560, LP570, the performance is quite similar. If you throw in a Ferrari 599 GTB with its V12, 620 horsepower, and you race it against the somewhat lighter, more track-oriented, not so Gran Turismo focused LP560, you will have a close race. Let's check it out.
Ja, mycket varmt och skönt. Så jämnt det där.
Ja, jag kunde optimera växeln lite till tror jag.
Ja, det känns som du hittade varvstoppet på en omväxel där.
Ja. Sen även 586. Jag trodde inte jag skulle gå i så pass, men jag gjorde växeln lite för tidigt. Eller?
Ja.
Det gick in nästan innan röd.
Precis.
Ja, kör igen då.
Ja, testa igen då, se. Ja, för det
var inte spinnande ändå.
Okej.
Vi får se.
Ja, det kändes som att de var jävligt jämna faktiskt.
Han körde med fönstret öppet då.
Gjorde han? Ja, okej.
Riktigt raggare.
So here we have a very nice race. We have the, at the time, brand new Lamborghini Gallardo LP564 versus the top dog Murcielago LP640. It has a 640 horsepower V12 and is derived from the Murcielago. So let's race the Murcielago versus the LP560.
Ja, jag kan dra upp den. Ja, helt jämnt. Det var helt jämnt, va?
Ja, han var ju...
Det var lite, kändes som att han stack iväg lite. Det var lite dåligt grepp i starten där precis. Men sen tror jag att det var helt jämnt faktiskt.
So when you have a family sedan with a V10 and twin turbo, then it's the Audi RS6. Go down to MTM in Germany, tune it with a ship and exhaust, and it will give you 730 horsepower, up from 580. Match that significantly heavier car to the LP560 Gallardo and see how it goes.
Väldigt mjuk, den bara sticker den där.
Hur många billängder var det, tror du?
Det kan ha varit 2 billängder.
So here we have a really crazy race. This time my friends came from Russia to visit me in his Lamborghini Superleggera. But this Superleggera is not a standard one. He installed a roll cage. He sent the car down to US, to underground racing based out of Texas. They add a twin turbo system to the Gallardo Superleggera, which makes it produce 1,500 horsepower. And it will race a 900 horsepower Nissan GTR tuned locally here in Sweden by a company called AG. We had a GPS equipment in the underground racing Gallardo, and during this particular race the car reached 344 kilometers per hour on GPS on this little short stretch. Completely unbelievable.
GTR 900 horsepower versus underground racing Gallardo 550.
This race we had a Porsche 911 GT2, which came up all the way from France. It's tuned by Protomotive and VR Racing, French company. It has around 1,000 horsepower. It has lighter windows, Lexan windows, everything is made for power. And it will give a shot to try to race this underground racing Gallardo with 1,500 horsepower. But still like a 500 horsepower difference between these two cars. So the speeds these cars had on this stretch is just unbelievable.
Okay. Yeah. Porsche 996 Turbo VR Racing Modified versus Gallardo Underground.
the system on the cone, or maybe the cone layer, you know, because we can start at 3. It's not good, I have my lag. Oh.
This race is the Lamborghini LP560-4 Gallardo versus the Swedish Koenigsegg CCR Evolution. It's 806 horsepower versus 560 horsepower. But it's also less weight in the Koenigsegg than in the Gallardo. It's like a 300 kilos difference. So the Koenigsegg is like 200-300 kilos lighter and has 200-300 horsepower more. So in effect, it's like race LP560 with 2 engines versus LP560 with 1 engine, basically. Let's see how it goes.
Då kan du nästan tjuva lite. Ja, det behöver inte tjuva, men det behöver inte... Okay, LP560 for GTBOARD.com.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
In this program we are going to see the Koenigsegg race many kinds of different cars, from regular stock sports car to tuned sports car to real hypercars as the Koenigsegg. First we're going to see the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution, which is an upgraded CCR with 806 horsepower running on regular fuel. And you will also see the Koenigsegg Agera R, which is the bioethanol version of the Agera, which has well over 1,000 horsepower.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
So for fun we're going to race the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution versus stock Nissan GTR. This was just when the Nissan GTR came out, so it had 485 horsepower versus 806 horsepower in the Koenigsegg.
Koenigsegg CCR Evolution versus GTR.
In this race we have a stock Porsche 911 Turbo with double clutch, the PDK gearbox, versus the CCR Evolution model of the Koenigsegg. This Koenigsegg is foiled in matte black, and the race is from 50 km per hour up to around 300 km per hour.
Han blir sur om man fuskar.
Porsche 997 PDK versus Koenigsegg.
The Mercedes SL65 AMG Black Series has a bi-turbo V12 with 670 horsepower. Its turbos are larger than the regular SL65 and it's also lighter than the regular standard SL65 AMG. It's wider, larger wheels. It actually has an integrated roll cage as well, and you cannot take off the roof of the SL65 Black Series. The SL65 regular one, it's an electrical convertible. You can just take off the roof. It's an automatic roof. Anyway, we took this lightened version of the SL65 with its 670 horsepower and over 1,000 Newton meters of torque, and raced it for fun against the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution with 806 horsepower. So it's 670 versus 806. And the thing is that the Koenigsegg also weighed like 300-400 kilos less than the SL65. So it's going to be quite a difference when we race these two.
Black Series versus Koenigsegg.
Så man står still när man kör förbi.
The Koenigsegg Agera R set a world record back in 2011, 0 to 300 km per hour to 0 in less than 22 seconds. When we did this, we also did a comparison of a regular Ferrari 458 Italia versus the Koenigsegg Agera R. The tables have kind of turned. The Koenigsegg is red and the Ferrari is white. The Koenigsegg Agera was introduced in a white color when it came out. So we switched the colors and raced the cars, and you can see the huge difference between the already really fast Ferrari 458 Italia, which is one of the faster cars for sale today.
Nu att du kan tjuvstarta lite.
Ja, jag tänkte det.
Exakt. Jag kör en bil längre som minst.
In
kan bara köra så vi ligger bakom den, så här, snett bakom, så vi njuter av det. The Lamborghini LP560 Gallardo is the upgraded version of the Gallardo with 560 horsepower and sequential gearbox for quite fast shifts. We race it against the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution, which has a 6-speed manual gearbox. And the difference is, even though the Koenigsegg has a manual gearbox, it's still very large. Once the traction and the gear, the traction works and the gear is in the Koenigsegg, the difference is huge between these cars.
Nu kan du nästan tjuva lite. Ja, det behöver inte tjuva, men det behöver inte... Okay, LP560 for GTBOARD.com. Jag honom nu. Försök köra om honom. Så nu får du så stämpla honom, annars kommer du bli frånåkt. Sakta in så här ska jag köra om också. Så får man bli lite bilder av.
Bra med, det var det.
Nej, stanna till och så vi kan köra. Back in 2009, the Ferrari 599 GTB with its V12 and 620 horsepower was one of the fastest and most expensive Ferrari you could buy. Well over 300,000 euros as a new price, and its Ferrari Enzo-derived V12 took on the Swedish hypercar, the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution with 806 horsepower. As you can see, the Koenigsegg fights for traction from 50 km/h, but when it gets traction, it really leaves the Italian sports car.
Ja. Hon låter på riktigt. Han går ju fint ändå. Det är så. Men vad tror du? Känner du inte bättre snart på tvåan eller?
Nej, jag tappar lite där.
Ja.
Men nu vet jag det.
Precis.
Men ändå får brisk så.
Ja, jag menar det.
You saw the Nissan GTR at the beginning of this program, that it raced the Koenigsegg CCR without significant success. The owner of that car tuned his Nissan GTR with an American tuner called Switzer to a P800 package, which means that he got around 800 horsepower. And the car is transformed to a completely different car, as you can see. We raced the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution several times with this tuned Switzer car, and will it be enough to beat it? And the problem we saw the first races was that the Koenigsegg driver started in first gear, and when he throw in second gear he loses traction. So we tried to start on the second gear at the second race, and that was much more successful. You can also see at speeds over 250 km/h the Koenigsegg reels the Nissan GTR in fast. The Nissan GTR with its Switzer P800 package really was a match for the Koenigsegg CCR. He really had to fight for it and make a perfect start from 50. But as speeds increases, the gap increases between the cars. The Koenigsegg have a top speed of well over 400 km/h, and it did 388 km/h on the banked oval on Nardo, Prototipo, the track down in southern Italy. So the Koenigsegg will eventually overtake the P800. The question is at what speed. So back in 2009, the Porsche Carrera GT was one of the fastest cars you could buy for the road. We put it against the Koenigsegg CCR Evolution, and I at least thought the race should be quite even, and I wasn't really sure what the result would be. But as you can see, the result was quite significant. So the Porsche Carrera GT was quite surprised there. You could see his emotions when getting left in the dust by the Koenigsegg. So we took a couple of re-races and see if it could make any difference.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
When Porsche released its 997 version of the Turbo, we were one of the first ones in Sweden to try it out. A friend of mine got the first example in Sweden. It was a 3.6 liter Boxer 6 engine and compared to the PDK version of the 997, it's 3.8 liter, the PDK version. The 3.6 is really tunable as well. It's a beautiful car as well.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
So one of the first things we wanted to do is to try when the double clutch version of the 911 Turbo came out versus the older 3.6 liter 997 Mark 1 version. As you can see, it's a significant difference.
Ska ut här eller? Nej, vi ska köra på PDK.
Ja, jag tänkte om man kör min mellan.
Jaha, nej där. På den sidan.
Ja, det är så. Du kör?
Ja, kör.
Snabbare än den där manuellt. Sen tror jag den håller uppe trycket på ett annat sätt. Ja.
When you sit in a BMW M5 Touring with its V10 and you have tuned it down in Italy at Super Sprint with a complete exhaust system from Super Sprint with performance headers, cats and exhaust, adding 40 horsepower, you're having close to 550 horsepower in this family car. It's easy to forget the weight in that car and also the aerodynamics. It's that will make you be overtaken by a standard Porsche 911 Turbo with 480 horsepower and a 6-speed manual gearbox. Check out this Porsche. The yellow calipers indicates it has ceramic brakes, and the yellow calipers also matches the yellow seat belts. It's a beautiful combination.
Växling, allting gick bra eller?
Skapligt.
Bra.
So we race this BMW M5 Touring again, but this time it was completely stock. So 507 horsepower versus a 911 Turbo, this time with the automatic gearbox, the Tiptronic. As you can see, there's a big difference between a sports car and a family car, especially at speed.
I expected to go much faster.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not sort of.
It's not that much
it's
difference.
Not killing you totally.
No. So it's a pretty good result for a station wagon.
Yeah, with the kids in the back.
Yeah.
And the skis and
everything. But you don't have a limiter on this.
No, it's still limited.
Yeah, I would have expected it to be a little bit faster maybe than it was. But it has automatic transmission in that one.
Okay.
Push them all.
Exactly.
Back in 2006, when I had the BMW M6 Coupe with 507 horsepower V10, I really thought it was almost unbeatable. Until we raced the, at the time, new 911 Turbo with a 6-speed manual gearbox and a driver who really can shift fast. I didn't stand a chance to that car. It's always interesting to see the difference between a Grand Turismo or a Grand Tourer and a real sports car. We raced Jaguar XKR with supercharger and 510 horsepower versus a regular 911 Turbo.
Oh.
Since a Porsche 911 Turbo with double clutch PDK really loses out against the SL65 Black Series, the difference will be even more if you race the older 911 Turbo with 480 horsepower. Let's check it out.
Porsche Turbo manuell låda mot Black Series.
When you order a car, it's good to take into consideration the added weight of options, but also the added weight when you, for example, choose a convertible. This 911 Turbo is a convertible, which is 100 to 200 kilos heavier than the regular non-convertible. We race the regular turbo versus the convertible turbo and see the difference.
Porsche Turbo Cabrio versus Porsche Turbo Coupé. Vänta.
Och det är originalmotorn här också?
Den är original, ja.
Speciellt mycket?
Nej, han tog ju lite högre på farterna, men din bil är ju lite tyngre så att det var ju rätt svem.
Det var ändå jävligt bra.
Vad var du uppe i?
270.
I was driving an individual BMW M6 coupe. That is a special request color of BMW M6. This was in Hellrot, bright red. It was not faster than a regular color, which was bad because I lost this race versus a 911 Turbo.
Okay, M6 board and M5 board presents standard BMW M6 versus 997 Turbo. What's the standard? We're gonna do rolling start from 50 kilometers per hour up to 250 kilometers per hour. And the limiting kick signal to 70 kilometers per hour touch the speed. Now he come up to the right of us, good. Gonna hold 50 here. And I think he might be faster. We'll see.
It's always interesting to see a race when you have the identical cars, same models, and if it's a difference. We tried a grey M6 coupe with a V10 versus the 911 Turbo 6-speed manual. When you have a BMW M5 with a V10, you could also go and tune it. This owner went to Kellener's Sport in Germany to buy other camshafts, sharper camshafts, more aggressive camshafts. You also have a complete race system from Super Sprint with other headers and race exhaust. It has close to 570, 580 horsepower. And that is just enough to maybe beat the Porsche 911 Turbo 480 horsepower. Let's see how it goes. Here we have the 997 Turbo. Race number 2 versus the Keller's tuned M5. First race, it was a missed shift. But
what he blamed.
Yes, we'll see. So it's going to be from 50 kilometers per hour to 250 kilometers per hour. Till att få en bra start också. $280, $210, $240, $250.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
So here we have America's finest, not the police, but the Chevrolet Corvette Z06. When the Z06 came, we had a yellow one in Sweden attending our events, and we were really surprised of the performance of it. I tried it against, at that time, a new BMW M6 with a V10, and I was completely left in the dust by it, by the Z06. As the German car magazine Sport Auto said, the Corvette Z06 is really McLaren Mercedes SLR performance, but for Porsche 911 Carrera money. It was really fast at the time, doing at least over 325 or 330 on true speed on GPS. And then the ZR1 came with a carbon roof, more power, and really maxed out Corvette. And I raced that with the Porsche 911 Turbo PDK and several other cars. And the ZR1 is a really fast car for the money. It has a manual gearbox. That might be the only drawback, but it's still a really fast car.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
When the 911 Turbo PDK was released in 2008-2009, I was really surprised how well it went. It only had 500 horsepower and races the much more powerful Corvette ZR1. The ZR1 has a manual gearbox and the 911 Turbo double clutch. We did this race 3 times, and it's really a close race, but between the gears you really see the difference in power.
Just det, nu är det automatläge på sakta förstärkningsskott. Vi tog honom alltså, han låg ju bakom och sniffade.
Ja.
Det är hård fjädring.
Ja, verkligen. Den är stum. Men du känner att den är lite hoppig i framvagnen?
Ja, jävlar vad hoppig den är alltså. Affär är grymt hård alltså. Jag väntar in honom lite. Spana ner, filma och sätta rätten här. Helvete.
Ta det försiktigt här bara.
De är lika känns det. Känns jävligt lika alltså.
Verkligen. Och han har så jävla mycket större motor.
Fan vad den axade på alltså. Det gick så inåt helvete. Nej, men de var lika alltså, det får man ju säga.
A re-race is bound to happen when these cars are quite close, but when the power suggests that they should not be this close. If you see, when the ZR1 has the gear in, it accelerates and pulls away from the 911 Turbo PDK. But as soon as the ZR1 shift gears, the 911 Turbo gains half a car length or so. So what I did in the 911 Turbo PDK is just smash the gas pedal to the floor and keep it there. In the ZR1 you have to fight a lot for it, plus you have to fight for the grip since it's a two-wheel drive car.
Däcken varmare än jävla skillnad.
Ja, nu var det lite skillnad.
So it's pretty evident the 600 plus horsepower Corvette ZR1, aka Sledgehammer, is faster than the 911 Turbo PDK, but in real life, is it really faster? Especially from zero, like the 911 Turbo just jumps away. And also from slower speeds as 50, the 911 Turbo gets grip directly, and the ZR1 struggles for grip. And you really have to get the gear shifts perfect in the ZR1 to really leave the 911 Turbo PDK. But with a good driver in the ZR1, you are leaving a stock 911 Turbo easily. So when the Corvette Z06 came out back in 2006, I was really shocked how fast it was for a stock car. It's very light, a lot of plastics, really much lighter than the BMW M6 and M5. I really thought it should at least be even when I sat in the 507 horsepower V10 powered M6. But it couldn't stand a chance to the Z06, it just flew away. So back in 2006, a black Ferrari F430 coupe was about the best Ferrari and fastest Ferrari you could get. It was really a stunning looking Ferrari. We matched it against the Corvette Z06, which was also completely stock at the time, and it was no contest for the Corvette. We have 430 versus Z06 Corvette. Håll 50 nära här. Sen så stämplar det där vid konen och sagt. Sen så vi röda bilen bromsar och då når du upp i 250.
Borde vara.
Ja, det gjorde jag med M6. Det här tog, ja. Håll 50 konstant. Så skär av här. Där. Jag ser till när jag kan stämpla. Nu kan vi köra. A year after the Corvette Z06 owner had his car, he upgraded to lighter wheels and other ECU, like somewhat more horsepower thanks to other programming of the engine. We pitted against the Ferrari 612 Scaglietti, and it was a difference in performance of these cars. One of the cars is really almost a family car, like a four-seater large Ferrari with a V12. The other one, two-seater, more raw, very light, loud inside, but it's a difference in performance, for sure.
Ja, den går jäkligt fint, Corvetten.
Släppte av där i slutet.
Ja?
Han började långsamma ner, kändes det som.
Ja, det kändes så.
Ja.
Den går ändå rätt bra den här när den kommer lite upp i fart.
Ja, verkligen.
Det är en familjebil.
Det är en familjebil.
When we did this little trial back in 2007 and uploaded it on the internet on YouTube, we kind of turned upside down the forums, because SLR should not be like even or left with such a cheap car, relatively speaking, as the Z06, with a slightly $2,000 modification to the ECU and lighter wheels. However, it almost left this SLR. But maybe the start wasn't perfect from the SLR. You maybe started in a too high gear or too low gear and 50 kilometers per hour. But one thing actually, a German magazine Sport Auto said that the Corvette Z06 is actually Mercedes McLaren SLR performance for Corvette money, which is kind of true when you see this race.
fram sen helt enkelt.
Ja.
Ja, det gick ju fint det där, så vad fan, den segade sig kapp lite på slutet kanske, eller?
Ja, jag tror det.
You have the Jaguar XKR, beautiful coupe, two-door, aluminum chassis, quite a fast automatic gearbox. And it's a fast car, we had it earlier in our races. Now we have the Jaguar XKR S with 550 horsepower instead of 510 horsepower. Larger spoiler, bit more bluish color, and it's a really fast Jaguar. We pitted it against the Corvette Z06 with Akrapovic exhaust, and it was a close match. So I think the Corvette Z06 driver didn't really got the shifts perfect there. So we did a re-race with a quite closer result. But well, quite impressive result from both cars.
Vi körde nu en gång till förut för
ja.
Det har varit så mycket. Stå stilla. Den där går rätt bra.
Ja, den gör det.
So we have the Audi R8 V10 with an ECU tune from MTM and sports exhaust from MTM. Total cost of that little tune, 10,000 euros. We matched it against the Corvette Z06 with a full Akrapovic exhaust. It was quite a close race.
Corvette 06 with the Akrapovic exhaust versus Audi R8 V10 up to racing. how did that go?
Oh, det gick bra.
Oh,
Very good.
Very good.
Very good, very good.
Sedu 6 delivers a very nice sound thanks to the Akrapovic exhaust and the American engineering.
From Norway we have European Supercharging Systems, ESS, that puts a supercharger on the BMW M3 coupe and sedan and convertible. It raises the power from 420 horsepower to 625 or even up to 650 horsepower. This M3 coupe is a 6-speed manual gearbox that we pit against the Sedu 6 with full Akrapovic exhaust. It's quite amazing what this comfortable M3 regular 3 Series almost family car can do to a thoroughbred light sports car as a Sedu 6.
Corvette Z06 med Akrapovic-system mot M3 med kompressor ESS.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
In this episode we race motorcycles versus cars, and what we realized is that 600cc bikes and things like that, you leave them quite easily, but when you have liter bikes and upwards, you really need a very fast car to be able to win against them. We even had Lamborghini Gallardos tuned up to 1,500 horsepower and upwards, and some of them still had some problems to leading some turbo bikes. And also stock bikes like the BMW S1000 RR is a really fast stock car. It's like hypercar performance, really, up to 300.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
So sometimes we want to try a bike versus a car, but it's also very dependent on how good the driver is of the bike, because it's very difficult to go all out of the modern super sport bikes. We have a Kawasaki here. The driver might not doing like 100% of the bike, so the performance is probably better than it shows, but still you can see that if you have a regular car it will be very difficult to keep up.
Jag trodde faktiskt han skulle dra mycket mer än vad han gjorde.
Here we have a Mercedes SLR-AMG, the galving version, but we also have a supercharger on this Mercedes which adds several hundreds of horsepower. So this SLR-AMG have 730 horsepower. We race it against the BMW S1000 RR, BMW's top model of the super sport bikes. It has a limited top speed of 300 km per hour, and the rider of this S1000 RR can really go 100%. He's a former road racer in superbikes, so he really maxes this bike out. See the huge difference despite 730 horsepower.
Jag vet inte, det är bara att köra rakt upp där sen.
Ja, precis. Så drar vi från 60 ungefär.
Ska jag köra den här filen då?
Ja, precis. Jag har en liten snäv kurva här precis bredvid gräshörnet. Så du vet. Men vi drar det från 60 i alla fall.
Är det med konan, vad är det?
Ja.
Är det 60?
Ja, 60. Och så vid sista konan så drar vi.
In this race we just wanted to pit the Ferrari 458 Italia versus a Suzuki Hayabusa with a huge turbo and extended swing so it doesn't go up on the back wheel when he accelerates. That is the most insane accelerating vehicle we ever had on our GTBOARD events. And I think it did like 100 to 200 in like 3-4 seconds on GPS and 350 kilometers per hour top speed on the airfield or something like that. Really just crazy. See how much it leaves a really fast sports car.
458 mot turbotrimmad Hayabusa.
Lite då. Ja. Helt sugen.
det är ju liksom...
If you add a huge turbo from a truck, from a large like Scania truck on an old reliable BMW M5 E34, you will get 1000 horsepower. Add also a huge gearbox from like some kind of American V8 3-speed gearbox. You will have a fast car. Put it against a really fast bike and you still have problems catching the bike.
P800 GTR versus bike. Something isn't stuck.
Here we have our Russian friends again in the Lamborghini Gallardo Superleggera, which he has tuned for over 200,000–300,000 euros on top of the new price of the Gallardo. It has around or over 1,500 horsepower on two-wheel drive only because the four-wheel drive system was broken down at the time. We raced that against a turbo-equipped Suzuki GSX-R, and if the stretch would be longer he could have caught him, but the speeds are just way too high already and in this little comparison to do anything more of it. It was scary enough.
We kick him ass.
Yeah, we kick his ass.
With no problem.
Yeah, turbo bike, 290 horsepowers against underground racing Gallardo. And we will kick his butt.
The Nissan GTR with 530 horsepower can easily be chip-tuned, just as these Russians did. They raced the BMW S1000RR and we already knew who was the clear winner, so we wanted to play a little bit with the Russians to get them to talk a bit Russian. So we did a back-wheel drive the whole stretch. It's a fun video. We have this technical genius, Bernd, from Austria, who came up all the way from Austria in this AMS Alpha 13 Nissan GTR with over 1,300 horsepower with race gas. We pitted against the BMW S1000 RR with a mediocre driver at first.
We are now doing a test run in the Alpha AMS 12 Plus versus the BMW RR 1100. Yes, a test run to test the traction of the car before the actual race starts.
Faster than ever. But I see it on him, but
I mean, it was not even half the track.
Yeah, I say that it's much too long. It's much too long.
Yeah.
Now it's my turn to ride in the AMS Alpha 13 Plus, the Nissan GTR with over 1,300 horsepower. It's shocking how comfortable it is, and less than half the stretch of the runway it did over 320 in zero time. Full stability control was on all the time, so it was no drama at all. And you can see how it leaves the S1000 RR without problems. And no cars have done that before.
Sitting here with Bernd in AMS Alpha 12 Plus. So this is stock, right?
Yeah, it's stock.
Versus S1000 RR stock.
Matchups like the coming one happens like one in 50 years. I was lucky to get connected to a Bugatti Veyron Vitesse owner who owned a brand new Bugatti Veyron Vitesse with 1,200 horsepower. It's the most expensive Bugatti you can order today. It's 2.2 million euros. It's painted in the world record edition of the Veyron Supersport, black and orange. I really didn't know what to expect here. I really thought we should take this S1000 RR. We have an expert driver on the S1000 RR, a road racing pro, in the best superbike that is for sale. It's not the HP4 version, but still it's a regular S1000 RR. And I really wanted to try this many times to see when we can beat the bike. Of course we would beat him eventually, but the stretch was just too short. Let's see this when we go all out, the first race. Bugatti Veyron Vitesse versus BMW S1000 RR from 50 km/h.
Okay, Bugatti Veyron Supersport versus... What's the mods on this one? What's the modifications?
Only muffler.
Only muffler?
Yeah, otherwise not.
But we will beat you anyway.
Yeah!
Okay, from 50. Let's go. Let's just keep 50 from here as well. Yeah, but bikes doesn't sound nice, so I'm close to the window.
Yeah.
Cars sound nice. Yeah, he has a bit too much of adrenaline, this biker. Yeah, it doesn't worry. Looking for satellite, you know.
Yeah.
We'll fix it later. So keep the left lane, and yeah, it's rather that we have a little head start than him a head start. So, but you know what? At the line there, we floor it. I love this Veyron sound. go, 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 go. Next time we'll cheat a bit. Okay. Half a second before, yeah. But I think the start was pretty even, but it looks like a bit faster. So we'll just try to start a bit earlier. But we go slowly back.
Yeah.
Vi kör ett till. It's a vent here. It's a fan here.
Yeah, right.
I never noticed it.
Yeah.
Really nice. Oh, he's going on the back. He's crazy.
Yeah.
So let's go in where we went in.
So I wanted to do this race again and start a little bit earlier than the bike and see if we had a better chance. You can always see that between 250 and 300 km per hour with the Veyron Vitesse, you are closing in quite fast on the S1000 RR, but the stretch was simply too short.
Okay, go, go, go. So what was the speed reading? Did you see?
I had taken a look at it.
Wow, this was a crazy race. We got him in the end, didn't we?
Yeah.
So just for good measure we could do it. Vi tog det I slutet! Vi kör en gång till då. You have a lot of fuel, we can do it one. We did it the last time.
Yeah.
And we cheated as well.
So to do a definite closure of the ultimate showdown versus the most expensive car for sale today and the fastest superbike from the best manufacturer, we did a third race with quite a huge head start from the Bugatti. You can see the Bugatti really gains better over 250 km per hour, but still a well-driven S1000 RR is impossible to take on even if you're driving a Bugatti Veyron Vitesse. However, if you put one person extra on the S1000 RR, just as in the Bugatti, the story is completely different. But I don't want to be a passenger on that bike.
Yeah, it's important to have him on the side so he crashes into the car. The start last time was very good, like something kind of like that. We cheated like maybe 1 or 2 car lengths.
It is.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
One of my goals over these years have been to have the Bugatti Veyron in some of the races. So I really put in an effort of getting a Bugatti up to Sweden where I have my races. I brought a Bugatti from France, from a private owner who have several Bugatti, and invited him to Stockholm, paid for everything, hotel and dinners and everything, and we got him to race, which was really fun. And that led to another Bugatti owner that came from another European country with a 1,200 horsepower version instead of the regular Bugatti that only has 1,001 horsepower. And we really had some fun time with those two Bugattis. The Bugatti is a head turner, I can tell you that. And it's really incredible the performance it has when you take into account the comfort. It's complete comfort, four-wheel drive, air conditioning, leather, no sound, just sounds like a vacuum cleaner, a huge vacuum cleaner behind your head. It's really a spectacular car, but it doesn't come cheap. Like service every year, 20,000 euros, new tires, 25,000 euros for 4 of them, and it's a costly but very impressive car.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
So here we have the over 1 million euro Bugatti Veyron 16.4. The regular Bugatti has actually 1,001 horsepower. It's a V16 and it cost a lot more to develop than what its sale price suggests. Here it races the 450,000 euro Ferrari 599 GTO. The GTO gives the Veyron a bit of a head start, which was maybe a bit unnecessary. But let's see the outcome.
Ja, det kan bli intressant då. tyckte liksom när vi kom upp i fart där så var det inte så att den stack iväg så mycket liksom efter själva starten, eller?
Får jag se lite?
Det är lite, ja.
Here we have the 1200 horsepower version of the Bugatti Veyron Vitesse. The Vitesse is the removable roof version of the Bugatti Supersport. These two cars have 1200 horsepower and a top speed of over 415 kilometers per hour. Also possible with the roof off, actually. The new price is 2.2 million euros, and we will race today a standard or almost standard superbike, the BMW S1000 RR. It has different exhaust, that is upgrades. We will do several rolling starts from 50 kilometers per hour to around 300 kilometers per hour. The last race we really tried to get the head start with the Bugatti, but as you can see it's very difficult to beat a very well ridden S1000 RR. It's so light, so fast. If the stretch would have been longer, it would be another story for sure. Then the Bugatti would overtake the bike eventually.
Okay, Bugatti Veyron Supersport versus... What's the mods on this one? What's the modifications?
Only muffler.
Only muffler?
Yeah, otherwise not.
But we will beat you anyway.
Yeah!
Okay, from 50. Let's go. Let's just keep picking from here as well. Yeah, but bikes doesn't sound nice, so I'm close to the window.
Yeah.
Cars sound nice. Yeah, he has a bit too much of adrenaline, this biker. Yeah, it doesn't worry. Looking for satellite, you know.
Yeah.
We'll fix it later. So keep the left lane, and yeah, it's rather that we have a little head start than him a head start. So, but you know what? At the line there, we floor it. I love this Veyron sound. It's wee. Okay. Go, 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 go. Next time we'll cheat a bit. That's like half a second before, yeah. But I think the start was pretty even, but it looks like a bit faster. So we'll just try to start a bit earlier. But we go slowly back.
Yeah.
And vi kör ett till. So he crashes into the car. The start last time was very good, like something kind of like that. We cheated like maybe 1 or 2 car lengths. Go, go. Yes. bike.
It is.
It's a freaking fast. But the thing is, not many know how to use it. Like utility the full power.
Yeah.
So let's see what this says. Oh yeah, we have to cool the brakes maybe.
Yeah.
Ja, det var bra, eller hur? Med 300 tar vi dig. What speed you got? Somewhere around 300.
When you own a Lamborghini LP700 for Aventador, you kind of feel that you're the king of the road or king of the world. That is until you meet Bugatti Veyron Vitesse with 1,200 horsepower. That will make the Aventador look really slow. So it's 700 horsepower versus 1,200 horsepower. Both have four-wheel drive, and it's going to be a fun race.
Start a few car lengths ahead. Dra inte in i den. Rolling start from 50 kilometers per hour. Se till att vara garanterat framför dem. Så du klarar det precis. Sökt. Dra. Nu var jag honom.
Han var skratt.
Vi ska skämta. We misshifted.
So let's try this once again and do a rolling start from 50 kilometers per hour with the 700 horsepower version of the Lamborghini Aventador, top model of the Lamborghini range, which will race the top model of the Bugatti. Actually, the world's most expensive car is the Bugatti Veyron Vitesse. Most expensive car you could buy. That is for sale today. 2.2 million euros. Let's see how it goes.
Lamborghini LP700 Aventador versus Bugatti Veyron Vitesse. Och vi får ju typ dra också tidigare här. Beautiful with like orange world record edition car. Se till att vi gör så här, typ full gas nu, bara dra, stickan kvar. Spoilern vinklar sig också när han går att röra sig. Fan, vi skulle fuskat ännu mer alltså.
Nej, men det var inte så väl ändå.
Nu ska vi ta ett till race där vi bara tokfuskar, det gör vi.
Nej, det blir bara pinsamt.
Ja, men så här kanske inte kommer ikapp då.
Alltså, nu får vi just nu starta. Nej, vi kör de andra nu. Då har jag kört.
Okej, testa. Ska vi se om du stämplar från stillastående, sen stämplar några sekunder efter. Okej, Mark, let's try this. Let's stop, and we will just floor it from here, and 2 seconds after you floor it and try a cat and overtake us. Okay? Yeah, and you don't need to do launch control, just hit it.
Yeah, okay.
We will hit it right now, basically.
If you ahead.
Yes, 1-2 seconds, okay. And then you... Ja, då stämplar.
this race we will race the Koenigsegg, which is the chassis number 100. So Koenigsegg have produced 100 examples when they did this, or 99 actually, with this model number 100. And as you see, the word 100 is Swedish for 100, and it's in gold, some parts of it, and actually in 24 carats leaf gold. So what I've heard is that the cost of the actual gold 24 carats gold leaf could be like 2,000–3,000 euros, but the cost of putting it onto the Agera was like 20,000–30,000 euros. But it's a stunning handmade work of art that they've made on this 100. Anyway, we took it out to race against the regular Bugatti Veyron with 1,001 horsepower, and wanted to see how the Agera S, which is the fastest version of the Agera with regular petrol.
Okay, more accelerate, yeah. Ahead, be more ahead, in front, more. Schneller. Good.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Go?
No. Go. Break. Hard. It's okay? Eine Staket, fence.
No problem.
Good. Oh. Yeah, the air brake.
The winding is very good.
Okay. Oh. Nervous cameraman.
No problem.
So when we raced the Bugatti Veyron 16.4 versus the Koenigsegg Agera S100, we had some communicating differences with the Bugatti owner. He could speak French and German, and I can only speak Swedish and English. So I tried to explain to him how to drive and when to start, when to stop, and it was not all too successful, as you might hear in the dialogue. But I think it's anyway pretty evident which car is the fastest when you see the relative acceleration between the two.
Where are they?
Yeah, here. It's okay. Rechts. Here. Rechts. So yeah, very good. Where is the other one? Wait for that. Yeah, wait.
It is the last one?
Yeah.
No minute.
Okay, yeah. Last one.
Sprint.
Okay, yeah. I'll go. Yep, go. So we're ahead, in front, yeah. Yeah, more. Yeah, go. Yeah, go. Yeah.
Okay.
Auch sehr schnell.
Ja. Nächstes Jahr komme ich mit Supersport.
Ja, sehr gut.
Mein blauer geht etwas schneller.
Ah, blauer schneller?
Ja, und wechselt schneller die Gänge.
Ah, wow. Ja, willkommen, herzlich willkommen. Go. Vollgas. Ja, Vollgas.
Not to do sport.
Okay. Okay, not sport. So where is the sport button? It's here?
No, sport.
No, okay, yeah. Wow. Yeah, you will go.
Here in this race we have the highlight of the century, I would say. Like the best race I've ever done, and like the most popular I've ever done also in such a short time span. And it's the two fastest cars against each other to really see who's the king of hypercars. So if you have the money, you go and buy the world's most expensive car. It's the Bugatti Veyron Vitesse, 2.2 million euro. And you can match it to the Swedish contender, the Koenigsegg Agera R, with over 1,100 horsepower on E85 biofuel. We matched them together 2, 3, 4 times from a roll, from 50 kilometers per hour up to 300 kilometers per hour. You could see the GPS speed in the Bugatti as well. And the result was quite surprising, that the difference is that huge. A lot of things could be attributed to the weight. The Bugatti is 600-700 kilos heavier than the Koenigsegg.
All right, all you good people, here we go again. This is a re-race, and it's the Koenigsegg Agera R versus the Bugatti Vitesse. It's a rolling start from 50 kilometers per hour, and it's for GTBOARD 2013.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look at the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
When the new Audi RS6 came out back in the 2008, 2009, my friend was one of the first to get one. He had a red RS6 sedan. One of the first things he did was going down to MTM in Germany and doing an ECU tune and exhaust tune, raising the power from 580 horsepower up to a bit over 700, 730 horsepower. The RS6 with its V10 B-turbo is really a performer when it comes up to speed, and the speed is really effortless. You can do 290, 305, 310 without even knowing that you're doing over 200. It's super comfort. So it's an impressive Autobahn missile, the Audi RS6. Here we have it in action versus some of other exotics and other classic sedans such as the BMW M5.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.
So you have a sports car that might not perform as a sports car, and you have a family car that might perform better than a sports car, at least in a straight line. When you go down to MTM in Germany and tune your Audi RS6, that V10 with twin turbo will increase its power from 580 horsepower to 730. Pit that against the Audi R8 with a V8 of 420 horsepower and it will be a big difference.
Nedkörd. I och för sig. Och ändå drog jag tidigare.
Ja, verkligen. Men det är standard där, förutom att den är...
You have the Ferrari 360 Modena, a really nice and at the time fast sports car around the year 2000. If you match that against a somewhat more modern car, the Audi RS6 sedan, which has been tuned down in MTM with other exhaust and ship tuning, you will have quite a big difference when you race the two.
360 Modena mot Audi RS6 MTM.
When the Nissan GT-R was new, when it came out, we tested it right away. It had 485 horsepower. We matched that against a tuned Audi RS6 sedan with a 730 horsepower. A lot more weight, a lot more room. It's a big family car, 5-seater, versus a GT-R. It's a big difference at speeds. you have 620 horsepower normally aspirated from a V12 in a Ferrari, you really have to have a lot of power in an Audi, especially if it's based on an A6 sedan. The RS6 is quite a heavy car, so you really need more than 700 horsepower in order to keep up with the Ferrari 599 GTB and its gorgeous V12.
Det kan bli ett tufft motstånd här.
Ja, jag tror det.
Det är ungefär 50 eller något sånt där. Ja, precis. Det var, han kom iväg.
Ja, lite före.
Precis. Så det var ju lite... Det blir svårt där när man... Då är det svårt att avgöra lite hur det gick sen liksom.
When you just bought your new gullwing Mercedes SLR-AMG, you think you are the fastest in town. But this person had some bad luck. He met the Audi RS6 sedan that had been down for tuning at MTM in Germany. With 730 horsepower, it was, even though quite similar to the SLS, because the SLS AMG is much lighter and has a faster gearbox, more gears, shorter gearing than compared to the somewhat older and slower gearbox, automatic gearbox in the RS6.
Audi RS6 MTM-trimmad mot Mercedes SLS. Rätt så lätt.
Here we have the Audi RS6 sedan. It's tuned by iwht, which has changed the exhaust and changed the ECU. And it could probably also be on race gas, since this car belongs to some of my Russian friends that came to visit us a few years in Sweden. It will race a BMW M3 E30, model year 1987. But this M3 E30 has switched its regular 4-cylinder 200 horsepower engine to a V10 with over 500 horsepower. If you put 500 horsepower in such a little light car as the M3 E30, it will totally surprise the Russian Audi RS6 iwht. When you sit in an orange Lamborghini Gallardo and get left by a BMW M6 Coupe, or if you sit in a yellow Lamborghini Gallardo, you think you're really fast, but not when you get raced with this Audi RS6 with MTM tuning. Then you're in for a fight. So we have the standard Porsche 911 GT2, a beautiful 6-speed manual, sporty Porsche made for the track, but also really fast in straight line. Top speed well over 320, 330 kilometers per hour. It will race the MTM Audi RS6 sedan with 730 horsepower. Could be a close race. Ja, stämpla.
men de är jävligt jämna får man ju säga. Man märkte det att liksom, det är svårt att fixa starten helt, men de var jävligt jämna.
So when you drive a BMW M5 Touring with its sequential SMG 3 gearbox, its V10 engine, 507 horsepower, or if you tune you have even more, you think you're really quite fast. The engine revs to 8,300 RPMs, you really like the car. You don't want to just be overtaken like easily, but in some cases you will be that by other family cars, and the MTM Audi R6 sedan is an example of that.
Fan att jag ska växla upp precis innan.
Och sen hade vi ett par billängder.
Det är precis... Nej, men det är inte riktigt ligga på ettan hela tiden. Så då var det nu att växla ner, eller växla upp till tvåan direkt. Precis innan hela gasöver.
Timing.
Andra sidan. Mycket bra i alla fall.
Ja.
So again, the MTM Audi R6 is really that fast at higher speeds. BMW M5 Touring has 7-speed gearbox, the R6 has 5-speed gearbox. Let's do the race again with some other cars and see what happens. So we have the AMG engine, the 6.3 liter V8 that you find in the SLS, and it's more tuned in the SLS, but you find it in the E63, in the S63. Put that in the smallest car, the C63 AMG, the C-Class, and you tune it with other headers from Kleemann. You will have a fast little car. Race that against the heavy R6, but with 740 horsepower, and it's a good race. Check it out.
också bra.
Gustav Super Races shows you the world's fastest cars put against each other in adrenaline-filled drag races. Gustav runs a successful YouTube channel with soon over 200 million views and a great reputation within the world of racing. In this show, he will present the best races he's ever organized, with rare supercars from Bugatti, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, and other top brands. These races share a unique look with the raw performance of the world's fastest cars.